Chapter 38:24. Huyan Lanju's face turned gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Did the two of them kill each other like this?" Salado did not deny it and happily admitted it. "Your guess is correct. I did give the two of them such a condition. Unfortunately, the two of them were equal in strength. In the end, they perished together." Salado said with a trace of regret, "Humph. We're not your slaves. Why should we listen to you? Since the male pet is in your hands, as long as we kill you, we can naturally get the male pet back." The hook-nosed youth said in an unruly manner. Salado was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "Kill me? Just by an ant like you? Then I want to see how you're going to kill me." Salado's arrogant voice descended between heaven and earth. Then, within the circle of light, a pitch-black hand appeared. It descended from the sky and landed heavily. The hook-nosed youth's face changed greatly. He felt a strong threat of death from this hand. Without any hesitation, he took out his natal artifact and used all his strength, intending to resist this terrifying black hand. The hook-nosed youth's strength was not bad. He was actually at the middle stage of the 5 elements transformation stage. As for his natal artifact, it was a cyan saber with a long handle. Cyan light flowed on the blade. At first glance, it looked as if there was a green dragon swimming on the blade. Green dragon heaven perishing art. The hook-nosed youth shouted as he held the slender saber with both hands and slashed towards the sky. Suddenly, a blazing green light surged from the blade and soared into the sky. The surging green divine power turned into a green dragon that was thousands of feet long. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth, reverberating continuously. Rumble. In the end, the black hand and the green dragon collided. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the huge green dragon was like a weak little hand in front of the black hand. It was crushed with one hand. "Ah, no, spare me." The hook-nosed youth saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled to the back. However, the black hand was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it fell and covered the hook-nosed youth. The hook-nosed youth did not even finish his words of begging for mercy before he was completely suppressed by the black hand. The entire wasteland shook violently without end. Zhuowen and the others had already retreated far enough when the two sides were fighting, but they were still affected by the energy shockwaves. Then they discovered that a bottomless abyss had appeared where the black hand had landed. As for the hook-nosed youth, he had completely disappeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The evil king's attack was too terrifying. The aquiline-nosed youth, who was at the middle stage of the 5 elements transformation stage, was killed in body and soul with a single hand. The 3 people who had been standing with the hook-nosed youth were scared out of their wits. Their strength was about the same as the hook-nosed young man's, or even slightly weaker. The hook-nosed youth had been dealt with so easily, so how could they be spared? "Evil King, we'll listen to you." The 3 of them lowered their heads. They were already scared out of their wits. Their hearts had already submitted to the evil king. How could they still have the courage to resist the evil king? "Master, this evil king is so strong. Are we going to die here?" Dokyo hugged the sloppy Taoist's arm with tears in his eyes as he spoke in fear. The sloppy Taoist patted Dokyo's head. His expression was abnormally solemn as he said, "Dokyo, don't worry. Master will definitely not let any of you get hurt. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure that all of you survive." Huyan Lanju opened his mouth and said, "The 3 of you, the evil king's words cannot be trusted. If all of you really do as he said and kill each other, even if all of you survive, can the evil king guarantee that he will give you his pet and not kill all of you? Right now, there is only one path in front of us. That is to join forces and attack the evil king. Only by killing the evil king can we obtain salvation." The chubby man coldly said, "Huyan Lanju, that's enough. The evil king is too strong. So what if we join forces? It's still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The two of you, join forces with me to kill Huyen Lanju first." With that, the chubby man shouted and took the lead to charge towards Huyen Lanju. The other two nodded and followed closely behind the chubby man. "Brother Huyen, let me help you." Zhuowen walked forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huyen Lanju. Unexpectedly, Huyen Lanju shook his head and chuckled. "Brother Daowen, I won't trouble you for this battle. It's just 3 5-elements transformation stage cultivators. I can defeat them in one move." With that, Huyen Lanju took a step forward and disappeared from Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. The moment Huyen Lanju disappeared, he actually did not sense any of his aura. This was somewhat inconceivable. Then he saw Huyen Lanju's figure appear a few thousand meters away. His feet stepped on the void as if he was taking a stroll. With a step, his entire body was like a phantom as he brushed past the chubby man and the other two. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen once again felt Huyen Lanju's aura. Furthermore, this aura was very close. This was because Huyen Lanju had unknowingly returned to his side. On the other hand, the chubby man and the other two were a few thousand meters away in the sky. Their bodies seemed to have frozen in midair. In about 3 breaths of time, the chubby man and the other two spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, like kites with their strings cut, they fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Zhuowen could clearly feel that the three's auras were very weak. It was just a brush of shoulders, and the 3 of them were seriously injured. What was even more inconceivable was that Zhuowen did not even see how Huyen Lanju made his move. Zhuowen's expression became extremely serious. He looked deeply at the smiling Huyen Lanju beside him and felt a deep chill in his heart. The power contained within this ridiculously beautiful man's body was far beyond Zhuowen's imagination. This person was far more powerful than Luo Lingyu. The pressure that Huyen Lanju was giving him wasn't any less than the pressure that Elder Sikong Chiyu of the Hong martial divine sect had given him when he caught up to them. This Huyen Lanju, could it be that she's a god domain transformation expert? Zhuowen exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, Huyen Lanju seemed to have changed into a different person. The aura on her body was much stronger than before. Her entire temperament seemed to have transformed. Your strength is not bad. I never thought that your aura concealment technique would be so powerful. Even I couldn't see through your true cultivation from the start. In the light circle in the sky, the Heretic King's voice carried a trace of surprise. "Salado, your appearance has long been within my plans. Or rather, my true goal this time isn't a human in your hands." Huyen Lanju faintly said with a faint smile on her face. "Oh, then what is your goal?" The Heretic King asked curiously. Chapter 38:25. The halo in the sky was silent for a long time before it let out an earth-shattering laugh. "Human, this king has no choice but to admire your ability to tell jokes. I admit that you've made me laugh." The evil king laughed sinisterly. "Made you laugh? You're overestimating yourself." Huyen Lanju sneered and made a grabbing motion with her right hand. Suddenly, Zhuowen, who was not far away, felt a terrifying energy ripple in the surrounding space. Then, the entire space seemed to have been locked down. Zhuowen was unable to move under the influence of this energy. He couldn't even blink his eyes. It was as if the surrounding time had stopped. What kind of power is this? Zhuowen was horrified as he looked at Huyen Lanju, who was not far away with fear in his eyes. Whoosh! The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been stirred up by a large hand as they scattered. The halo was also shattered by some kind of power. Immediately after, Zhuowen saw a huge figure rushing out from the shattered halo. It was in a sorry state. This figure was several thousand feet tall, and its appearance was like an evil spirit. It was pitch black, and its black skin was filled with potholes. It looked very disgusting. This evil ghost had 3 black horns that resembled goat horns on its head. Its entire body was emitting black mist, making it impossible to see its true body clearly. Zhuowen knew that this evil spirit should be the master of Evil King Island, the Evil King. How did you do it? The Evil King looked at Huyan Lanju in shock. His scarlet eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Huyan Lanju smiled and said, Evil King, do you think that just because you're an evil spirit I can't do anything to you? Aren't you looking down on us humans too much? The Evil King's eyes were filled with fear. He coldly looked at Huyan Lanju and said, Are you from the Exorcist family? Huyan Lanju smiled and said, It seems that you're not stupid. I never thought that you, a mere fighting-level evil spirit, would dare to call yourself the Evil King. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. The Evil King was enraged as he roared, So what if you're from the Exorcist family? Do you think you're still as powerful as before? In the end, all of you will be annihilated by us evil spirits, and then all of you humans will become our food and slaves. Huyan Lanju mockingly said, The era of your evil charms has long passed. You want to make a comeback? I think you're delusional. After Huyan Lanju finished speaking, she sent a voice transmission to Zhuowen, Brother Daowen, Quickly take your men and leave this place. When I'm done here, I'll come and find you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuowen realized that he could move his body again. Let's go. Huyan Lanju said solemnly. Zhuowen cupped his fist towards Huyan Lanju. Then he led the sloppy Taoist and the other two out of the wasteland and into the dense forest from before. Sovereign, what the hell is this exorcist aristocratic family, other than the universal scripture of heaven and earth practiced by the Hong sect? There are other human cultivators who can deal with evil spirits? Zhuowen asked in surprise. The sloppy Taoist was also puzzled. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. After all, the universal scripture of heaven and earth was obtained by the founder of the sect by chance. As for the exorcist aristocratic family, if you ask me, who should I ask? Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at the sloppy Taoist. Master, senior brother, look. There's a strong light source in the wasteland. Did Huyan Lanju also practice the universal scripture of heaven and earth? Dokyo suddenly said. Zhuowen and the sloppy Taoist looked over. Indeed, there was a burst of strong light in the wasteland. However, this light was not as dazzling as the universal energy of heaven and earth. Instead, it was emerald green. The moment this emerald green light surged out, the lifeless wasteland actually glowed with vitality once more. On the dry land, tender shoots began to emerge. Furthermore, the tender shoots were rapidly growing and turning into green grass. The range of the emerald green light was not large, only about a few hundred miles. However, that few hundred miles of wasteland had turned into a lush green grassland, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding wasteland. As for the evil spirits that the heretic king had summoned, they did not dare to approach this area. They only dared to linger outside. The sloppy Taoist's gaze turned heavy as he said, This is not the universal energy of heaven and should be another type of energy. However, it is the same as the universal energy of heaven and is specialized in countering evil spirits. Zhuowen was also surprised. He originally thought that only the universal scripture of heaven and earth was special in the 100 outer domains. He did not expect that there would be other similar techniques. Growth of all things. You are the successor of the Aoki aristocratic family? The heretic king's pupils shrank. He had clearly seen the origin of Huyan Lanju's energy. His voice was filled with fear. It seems that you are not completely ignorant. Huyan Lanju sneered. Then, with a stomp of her right foot, her figure disappeared like a ghost. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Huyan Lanju appeared in front of the heretic king. Blazing green energy burst out and blasted towards the heretic king. The heretic king's gaze was filled with fear. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he roared and charged forward. Evil black energy surged around the heretic king's body. Bang! 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 Zhuowen and the other three in the forest only saw the green and black lights colliding with each other. Then, terrifying energy ripples erupted. They knew that the two lights represented the battle between Huyan Lanju and the heretic king. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The terrifying shock waves from the battle began to spread. The entire vast wasteland was affected by the shock waves. So powerful. Not only is Huyan Lanju's cultivation terrifying, but the green energy she used to deal with evil spirits is also not weak. The sloppy Taoist exclaimed. Zhuowen nodded. Although his vision was not as wide as the sloppy Taoist's, he could see that Huyan Lanju had the upper hand in this battle. After a few hours, the green light completely suppressed the black light. Moreover, the heretic king's unwilling roar filled the entire Evil King Island. Looks like Huyan Lanju is going to win. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He could hear the anger in the heretic king's voice, as well as the fear and dread hidden in his voice. Not necessarily. The heretic king is not simple. He is mobilizing all the evil spirits on the Evil King Island and is actually devouring them. His strength is constantly rising and has already surpassed Huyan Lanju's. Huyan Lanju is doomed this time. The sloppy Taoist suddenly sighed. Indeed, just as the sloppy Taoist's voice fell, the black light that was originally at a disadvantage suddenly surged with an even more evil energy. The power of the black ball of light also suppressed the green ball of light in one fell swoop. Human, I never thought that your growth of creation would have reached such a level. It really surprised me. If it was in the past, I might not be your opponent. But now you will die in my hands. However, since you can force me to use this move, you can die with no regrets. The heretic king devoured the evil spirits while letting out a sinister, swallowing sound. At the same time, his scarlet eyes coldly stared at Huyan Lanju. Huyan Lanju's expression was ugly. She originally thought that the heretic king was just an ordinary fighting evil spirit. Chapter 38:26 Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk while Huyan Lanju was in a daze, the heretic king made his move. Terrifying sonic booms resounded in the surrounding space. When Huyan Lanju regained his senses, the heretic king was already in front of him. A gigantic, pitch-black fist whistled through the air, bringing with it a terrifying black wind that was chaotic and terrifying. The heretic king's complete form was much faster than before. Huyan Lanju only had time to put his hands in front of him to protect himself before he was sent flying by the heretic king's fist. When Huyan Lanju stabilized his body, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had actually suffered some minor injuries. The heretic king continued his attack, not giving Huyan Lanju any chance to catch his breath. His gigantic, pitch-black fist landed on the void and transformed into countless fist shadows. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhuowen and the other three, the green light was completely suppressed by the black light. Huyan Lanju began to retreat. Sigh. Huyan Lanju is going to lose. He's still not the heretic king's match. The slovenly Taoist sighed. Zhuowen frowned. He thought for a moment and then strode towards the wasteland. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The slovenly Taoist priest hurriedly pulled Zhuowen and shouted, "Although I've only met Brother Huyan a few times, he has stood up for me a few times. I owe him a favor. Now that I see Brother Huyan in a desperate situation, I naturally can't just watch and do nothing." Zhuowen said, "Your overwhelming righteousness is too weak. You can't even injure the heretic king's finger. How are you going to save him?" The slovenly Taoist said solemnly. Zhuowen was speechless. He had no idea how to save them. The heretic king was so powerful that it made him feel suffocated. "I'll go. My overwhelming righteousness is the strongest here. I can deal with the heretic king." The slovenly Taoist suddenly said, Zhuowen was stunned as he looked deeply at the slovenly Taoist. He clearly did not expect that the slovenly Taoist would save them for him. This was something he really did not expect. Daowen, take good care of Daokong and Dokyo. I'll be back soon. The slovenly Taoist priest patted Zhuowen's shoulder and strode out of the forest towards the battle zone in the middle of the wasteland. Puchi! Huyan Lanju coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forced to retreat. She placed her hands in front of her to block Evil King's attacks with great difficulty. In his complete state, the Earth Evil King seemed to have turned into a completely different person. His strength became extremely terrifying, and Huyan Lanju was practically being suppressed. According to this trend, Huyan Lanju knew that she would be defeated within 100 moves. And failure meant death. I've miscalculated this time. It's only been a few years, but the Evil King's strength has actually become so terrifying. It's all the fault of the guy who provided me with the information. This time, I've been screwed over by that guy. Huyan Lanju's eyes were gloomy. Naturally, he still had other trump cards on him. However, the side effects of that trump card were too great. It could only be used in a life and death situation. He had never expected that he would actually use such a trump card here. He was really unwilling to accept this. Human, weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you clamoring for me to be captured alive? Where did that aura from before go? The Evil King grinned. His attacks were getting more and more terrifying. Seeing Huyan Lanju constantly coughing up blood, the Evil King felt very satisfied. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll finish you off with this move. Seeing that Huyan Lanju was still persisting, the Evil King's eyes revealed an impatient expression as he punched out with his right fist. The wind from the fist whistled, and the surrounding space shattered. Moreover, the wind from the fist carried with it a terrifying wailing sound. Huyan Lanju's face changed. This fist was too terrifying. With her current cultivation, it was impossible for her to block this terrifying fist. Huyan Lanju let out a soft sigh. He knew that he had to use his trump card. Otherwise, he would really die under this punch. Bang! Just as Huyan Lanju made up her mind, an incomparably blazing golden light flew over. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Huyan Lanju and landed on the Evil King's body. Immediately after, Huyan Lanju was dumbfounded to find that the originally terrifying Evil King was unable to resist the flashing golden light. He was sent flying and fell to the ground in a sorry state. "Oh, little beauty, I'm here to save the beauty." A teasing voice suddenly woke Huyan Lanju up. Then Huyan Lanju noticed that the person in the golden light was actually the slovenly Taoist who had teased her before. "What did you just say about me?" Huyan Lanju looked at the slovenly Taoist with an unfriendly gaze. The slovenly Taoist was embarrassed by Huyan Lanju's gaze. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Little brother Huyan, I was wrong. I was just joking. Don't be so serious." Huyan Lanju's face suddenly changed and said, "Be careful behind you. The Evil King is coming again." The slovenly Taoist placed his hands behind his back and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. He winked at Huyan Lanju and said, "Little brother Huyan, don't worry. I'm Hong Shenwu. I'm powerful, and my magic power is boundless. A mere Evil King is nothing in my eyes. Next, please enjoy my performance to your heart's content." Smack! Before the slovenly Taoist could finish his words, a huge fist whizzed over and smashed into his face. Then, the slovenly Taoist's acting was forcefully interrupted as he fell from the sky in a sorry state. Huyan Lanju looked at the slovenly Taoist with a face full of black lines. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Is this old man addicted to acting? What time is it now? Why is he still posing in front of me? He doesn't even care about his enemy. Old man, you dare to sneak attack me. Today I'll kill you. The Evil King was enraged. His scarlet eyes were filled with brutality and killing intent. He decisively gave up on pursuing Huyen Lanju and rushed towards the slovenly Taoist, who was still lying in the pit below. The slovenly Taoist's face was covered in dirt. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he slowly stood up, and the overwhelming righteousness in his body slowly surged. The slovenly Taoist walked towards the evil king step by step. With every step, the overwhelming righteousness in his body strengthened. When the slovenly Taoist and the evil king were inches apart, the overwhelming righteousness in the Taoist's body surged and exploded. A vast and mighty aura of righteousness surged out like a vast ocean and surrounded the surroundings, driving away the evil. The evil king was shocked. He looked at the slovenly Taoist in disbelief and exclaimed, "Overwhelming righteousness? You actually have such a powerful, overwhelming righteousness. How can someone like you exist in such a small place?" Chapter 38:27. How is this possible? This old geezer actually knocked down the heretic king with a single punch? Huyen Lanju was dumbfounded as she looked at the heretic king who was sent flying so easily. The heretic king, who almost forced her into a desperate situation, was actually sent flying by this unremarkable sloppy Taoist with a single punch. Furthermore, looking at this old geezer's appearance, it seemed like he did it effortlessly. Zhuowen, who was in the forest, was also deeply shocked. Although he knew that the sloppy Taoist's cultivation of overwhelming righteousness was very profound, he wasn't sure how profound it was. Previously, he had asked the sloppy Taoist about it, but the old geezer didn't reveal anything. Zhuowen only knew that this old geezer's cultivation of overwhelming righteousness was unfathomable, especially after learning the Qi refinement chapter. The sloppy Taoist was definitely an expert among experts when it came to dealing with evil spirits. However, he didn't expect the sloppy Taoist to be so powerful that the heretic king could knock him down with a single punch. This is a monster that even a god domain transformation expert like Huyen Lanju couldn't deal with. I still underestimated him. Zhuowen looked at the sloppy Taoist's figure with a complicated gaze. On the other hand, Daokong and Dokyo, who were beside Zhuowen, didn't think too much as they cheered for the sloppy Taoist. It's actually overwhelming righteousness. Could these guys be from the overwhelming righteousness family? Wasn't that mysterious family already exterminated? I can actually still see the remnants of their descendants. Huyen Lanju muttered to herself as she silently looked at the overwhelming righteousness on the sloppy Taoist's body. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Why? Why are there still humans in this world who cultivate overwhelming righteousness? The heretic king roared in horror. Then he turned into a puff of black smoke and quickly escaped into the distance. The arrogant heretic king was actually frightened by a single punch from the sloppy Taoist. He didn't even have the courage to face the sloppy Taoist head-on. Instead, he escaped. The sloppy Taoist squinted his eyes. He still stood in the same spot as he clenched his right hand. Instantly, the vast and mighty righteous energy turned into a huge hand and appeared above the escaping evil king in the blink of an eye. The evil king let out a blood-curdling scream as he was smashed into the ground. Then he was pinned to the ground, unable to move at all. The slovenly Taoist priest walked over slowly and stopped not far away from the heretic king. "Evil king, you won't be able to escape from me. You've killed so many cultivators. Today is your day of retribution." A rare solemn expression appeared on the sloppy Taoist's face. He waved his right hand in the air, and the overwhelming righteousness condensed into the illusory image of a golden book that was several thousand feet long. The illusory golden book slowly opened, and countless densely packed golden characters appeared on its surface. These runes seemed to have magical powers. They flew out from the golden book and landed on the evil king's body, wrapping around his entire body. The Diablo revealed a look of fear. These densely packed runes contained some sort of special power. When the runes attached themselves to the evil king's body, the evil king's body actually started smoking and disappearing. The slovenly Taoist priest planned to use the overwhelming righteousness to refine the evil king. You. Isn't your exorcist family the same? How many of our cultivators have you killed? What's the difference between you and us? The evil king roared. Exorcist family? What the hell is that? I don't know. I only know that you evil cultivators are the enemy of us cultivators. You deserve to die. The slovenly Taoist priest laughed coldly. Then the golden runes became denser and denser, landing on the evil king's body. The evil king's body kept shrinking under the refinement of the golden runes. Endless black smoke rose around him, and an unpleasant stench was emitted. You're not the successor of the overwhelming righteousness family. The evil king realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. The slovenly Taoist priest shrugged and said, "This is the first time I've heard of the overwhelming righteousness family." Since you're not from the overwhelming righteousness family, why do you use the overwhelming righteousness? Moreover, I have no conflict with you. Let me go, and I'll immediately hand over the human man you're looking for. How about that? The evil king spoke very quickly. He was now truly afraid of this slovenly Taoist priest. The overwhelming righteousness was much more tyrannical than Huyen Lanju's myriad growth. Moreover, this slovenly Taoist priest's overwhelming righteousness was also much stronger. He had no chance of winning against this slovenly Taoist priest. In the end, he would only be refined. Don't worry, I won't immediately kill you. I'm just teaching you a lesson. The slovenly Taoist priest revealed a mischievous smile and no longer spoke. Instead, he urged the golden runes to speed up the refinement of the evil king. The evil king screamed miserably under the refinement of the golden runes. His body kept shrinking. In the end, his huge body turned into a small palm-sized evil king. Of course, the majority of the evil king's power had been refined by the golden runes. Now he was extremely weak. Damn, old man, what are you trying to do? The evil king saw that his body had become so small and the golden runes around him were fading away. He had a bad premonition and hurriedly shouted. The slovenly Taoist priest chuckled. He grabbed the evil king and threw him into the spiritual ring. The evil king was too weak and couldn't resist the slovenly Taoist priest. He could only watch as he was thrown into the spiritual ring like a toy. After all this was done, Zhuowen, Daokong, and Dokyo came over. Master, you're so powerful. You even dealt with such a terrifying evil king. I admire you so much. Dokyo's eyes lit up as he looked at the slovenly Taoist priest. Daokong crossed his arms and said in an old and experienced manner, "Sure enough, it's my divine foresight. I knew that Master would win. I really admire myself." Zhuowen glanced sideways at the two little Taoist children and silently rolled his eyes. He knew that when the unkempt Taoist walked toward evil king, the two brats had been cursing him, especially Daokong. He had said that the unkempt Taoist was definitely going to die, and he wanted to quickly run away. The slovenly Taoist priest struck a pose and shook his head. With a lonely face, he said, "This is the feeling of being lonely at the top. It's really rare to be lonely and seek defeat." Zhuowen face-bombed. This old man was addicted to acting cool. He could say anything. He had never seen anyone who was more pretentious than him. "You guys aren't really from the grand noble family, right?" Huyen Lanju slowly walked over and looked at the slovenly Taoist priest with a strange expression. Chapter 38:28. Huyen Lanju was dumbfounded. Is this sloppy Taoist stupid? He's not answering the question. Zhuowen coughed a few times and awkwardly said, "Brother Huyen, our sect master's mind might not be clear recently. Please don't mind him." "Oh, right. What is the Hao Ran grand family that you mentioned earlier? I've never heard of it." Zhuowen had a premonition that the Hao Ran grand family that Huyen Lanju spoke of was definitely strange. Otherwise, Huyen Lanju wouldn't have shown such a strange expression when she asked them, "You guys actually don't know about the Hao Ran grand family? Then why do you guys know how to use Hao Ran energy?" Huyen Lanju asked in surprise. "This is a cultivation technique that our sect master accidentally obtained. This cultivation technique is called the Heaven and Earth Haran scripture. However, it's too incomplete," Zhuowen answered cautiously. From Huyen Lanju's expression, he could tell that this Haoran energy was very important. In addition, Honggu Shengzhen didn't hesitate to destroy the Hong sect for this cultivation technique. Therefore, he became vigilant. His words were also half-truths, an incomplete version of the Heaven and Earth Haran scripture. "You guys are really lucky to obtain this cultivation technique," Huyen Lanju revealed a look of understanding. No wonder Zhuowen and the others didn't know about the Haoran grand family, even though they cultivated Haoran energy. "Brother Huyen, since you know about the origin of the Heaven and Earth Haran scripture, can you tell us about it?" Zhuowen probed. Zhuowen knew that since the sloppy Taoist had made his move, Huyen Lanju had already recognized the Haoran energy. Therefore, it was useless for him to continue hiding it. Moreover, from Huyen Lanju's previous actions, Zhuowen felt that she wasn't a treacherous person. Therefore, he openly admitted it. The sloppy Taoist stood to the side and didn't say anything. Obviously, he had tacitly approved of Zhuowen's actions. In fact, he also wanted to know the origin of the Heaven and Earth Haran scripture. He had cultivated this cultivation technique his entire life, but he didn't know the exact origin of this cultivation technique. The Heaven and Earth Haran scripture is the exorcism technique of the Hao Ran grand family. At the same time, the Hao Ran grand family was once the strongest exorcism family in the Hushu realm. "You guys shouldn't know about the exorcism family, right?" Huyen Lanju suddenly realized the problem and asked Zhuowen and the others. Zhuowen and the other three nodded. They really did not know what an exorcist aristocratic family was. "Then, let's start from the exorcism family." Huyen Lanju sighed and patiently explained to Zhuowen and the others. "The 100 outer domain in the 100 outer world is boundless, 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 grand vast. The 100 outer realms was only a very small part of the chaotic cosmos, but most of the living beings were gathered there. In this world, where there is yin, there is yang. Where there is light, there is darkness. There were a large number of creatures in the outer realms. No matter how powerful these creatures were, they were not invincible. They had natural enemies. Their natural enemy was evil spirits. Evil spirits were born from the primal chaos. In the darkness of the primal chaos, there were countless evil spirits. The number and strength of evil spirits were much greater than living beings. A long time ago, the living beings of the 100 outer domain had yet to invent a source of light that was the natural enemy of evil spirits. At that time, the night in the 100 outer domain was very dangerous. Every time night fell, many living beings would die. At that time, there was a group of people who were born with a source of light in their bodies. They could restrain evil spirits and couldn't get close to them. These people who were born with a source of light in their bodies were called exorcists. In that era, exorcists were godlike existences. Many cultivators chose to attach themselves to exorcists and became their vassals. Among these vassal cultivators, there were many who were extremely powerful. They were existences that far surpassed the exorcists. Although they were powerful, their methods couldn't deal with evil spirits. Once night fell, their strength would be useless. In the end, they could only become living targets for evil spirits. Ordinary evil spirits might not be able to do anything to powerful cultivators. However, powerful evil spirits were enough to kill them. Although there weren't many exorcists, they were very good at dealing with evil spirits. As the number of vassal cultivators increased, the exorcists started to form their own forces. These were the early stages of the exorcists' aristocratic families. As they continued to develop, The cultivators started to discover that the source of light emitted by the fluorite could resist evil spirits. With the fluorite, the cultivators could survive even if they didn't attach themselves to the exorcists. As a result, some cultivators started to leave the exorcists' organization. However, the exorcists who enjoyed the respect of tens of thousands of people gradually became conceited. They rejected the cultivators' request to leave. As a result, there was an irreconcilable conflict between the exorcists and ordinary cultivators. As the fluorite became widespread, this conflict became more and more intense. In the end, it led to a war between the exorcists and ordinary cultivators. That battle was very bitter and tragic. The exorcists were blessed by the heavens. They had the power to resist evil spirits. However, there were too few of them. Many exorcists' aristocratic families were exterminated. Large amounts of their exorcism manuals were also snatched away. After the exorcists were defeated, they started to realize that they were no match for the cultivators. As a result, they proposed peace talks. The cultivators also accepted the exorcists' offer. Although they coveted the exorcism manuals on the exorcists' bodies, they found that the exorcists' cultivation manuals were too difficult. However, they discovered that the exorcism classic was too difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. Furthermore, without a certain level of talent, it was impossible for one to master it. The exorcism manuals were tailor-made for exorcists. Although there were some ordinary cultivators who had the talent to cultivate the exorcism manuals, they were far from being as powerful as the innate exorcists. In the 100 Outer Realms, where evil spirits ran rampant, the cultivators had a source of light. However, the source of light wasn't perfect. Some truly powerful evil spirits could ignore the source of light for a short period of time and enter the source of light to destroy it. As for such powerful evil spirits, they needed to rely on the exorcists' aristocratic families to expel them. After the exorcists and ordinary cultivators came to an agreement, they began to live in peace. As for the surviving exorcists' aristocratic families, they went into seclusion and rarely appeared in the outside world. As a result, very few people knew about the exorcists' aristocratic families. Zhuowen, the slovenly Taoist, and the others were even more clueless about it. After listening to Huyan Lanju's narration, Zhuowen was puzzled. According to Huyan Lanju, the universal scripture of heaven and earth was also an exorcism manual. Wasn't this manual something that only exorcists could cultivate? Why was he, Daokong Dokyo, and the slovenly Taoist able to cultivate it? However, the universal scripture of heaven and earth is an exception. This is a very mystical exorcism manual, because the threshold is very low. As long as one has a little bit of talent in exorcism, they can cultivate it. Moreover, they can cultivate it to large success. Not only that, the universal scripture of heaven and earth's might is exceptionally terrifying. In the Hushu realm, it's not an exaggeration to call the number 1 exorcism manual. Chapter 38:29. After listening to Huyan Lanju's explanation, Zhuowen and the other 3 revealed a look of relief. They did not expect that the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra was not only the number 1 exorcism technique, but also extremely suitable for ordinary cultivators. It was no wonder that a large sect like Hongwu Shengzhen mobilized many subsects to destroy the Hong sect in order to obtain the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra. Let me give the 4 of you a piece of advice. It's best not to use the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra in front of others. Not only do cultivators want to obtain this cultivation technique, even many exorcist families have been coveting it for a long time. Even if you only have an incomplete copy, it will still cause a lot of trouble. Huyan Lanju said, "We know about this. If it weren't for saving you, this old man wouldn't have exposed this technique." The slovenly Taoist said with a dignified look. Huyan Lanju was startled. She had been focusing on the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra and had forgotten that the slovenly Taoist had saved her life. "Senior, this junior still doesn't know your name. Please tell me your name." Huyen Lanju solemnly bowed to the slovenly Taoist and said respectfully. The slovenly Taoist revealed a proud look and said, "Beauty! Nephew Huyen, this poor Taoist is called Hong Xinwu. You and I hit it off at first sight. You can call me Big Brother Hong." Huyen Lanju bowed again and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Hong, for saving Lanju's life. Lanju owes you a life. Lanju will always remember this kindness in her heart." The slovenly Taoist scratched his head embarrassedly and waved his hand. "Nephew Huyen, you are too polite. You are so beautiful. No, you are Dawen's friend. Naturally, I can't leave you in the lurch. You are treating me like an outsider." Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at the slovenly Taoist beside him. Does this guy know how to speak? His words are so unreliable. On the other hand, Huyen Lanju's gaze was calm. She did not reveal any expression because of the slovenly Taoist's slip of the tongue. "Brother Huyen, your purpose for coming to Evil King Island seems to be different from ours, right?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. From the conversation between Huyen Lanju and the Evil King, he could tell that Huyen Lanju's purpose in coming to Evil King Island was to capture the Evil King alive and not for the Great Music Bar's mission. Huyen Lanju didn't intend to hide anything. He explained, "I am the descendant of one of the exorcist families, the Aoki family. When I learned that a fighting-level evil spirit appeared in the Wukong state, the upper echelons of the family sent me to investigate. If the news is true, then let me capture this evil spirit alive. Of course, if we can't capture them alive, we can just kill them." Speaking up to this point, Huyen Lanju bitterly smiled and continued, "However, I didn't expect that the Evil King wasn't an ordinary fighter-level evil spirit. He's actually so powerful. He's already half a step into the category of man-level evil spirits." Zhuowen nodded and then said to the slovenly Taoist, "Sect Master, bring the Evil King out." The slovenly Taoist priest seemed to know what Zhuowen wanted to do. He took out the palm-sized Evil King from the spirit ring and threw it to Zhuowen. At this moment, the Evil King was no longer as mighty as before. His strength couldn't even compare to the lowest-level evil spirits. "Lowly human, what are you trying to do? Take your dirty hands away." The Evil King struggled in Zhuowen's hands and roared furiously. Zhuowen ignored the Evil King's roar and asked indifferently, "Tell me, where is the male pet of the Great Music Bar?" "Humph. Do you think I'll tell you? Unless you let me go, I might be merciful and tell you." The Evil King sneered. Zhuowen looked at the Evil King coldly. Then a powerful and righteous energy surged in his right hand. It turned into a violent electric current and landed on the Evil King's body. Instantly, the Evil King screamed miserably as his body twitched from the electric current. "You! How dare you!" the Evil King screamed. Unfortunately, what greeted him was an even more violent electric current. "Ah, you bastard human! You! Ah! That's enough! That's enough! If you continue, this king's soul will really scatter." Finally, after a round of torture, the Evil King gave in. His pitch-black body has become somewhat dim and illusory, as if he will be annihilated at any moment. Just like what the Evil King said, if he continues to shock him, his soul will really die. Next, Zhuowen found out the exact location of the male pet from the Evil King. It is in the center of the Evil King Island. In other words, the Evil King's immortal cave. Thus, the group followed the Evil King's instructions and entered the most central area of the Evil King Island. Although the Evil King Island was filled with evil spirits, Zhuowen used the Evil King as a shield, blocking the ground in front of him. Instantly, the evil spirits on the Evil King Island were afraid of the Evil King's aura and did not dare to attack Zhuowen's group. The Evil King's immortal cave is located in a large cave in the central mountain range. They found the male pet of the Great Music Bar in the cave. It has to be said that the owner of the Great Music Bar has high standards. This male pet is indeed a rarely seen handsome man. However, in terms of beauty, Zhuowen feels that this male pet is slightly inferior to Huyen Lanju. When the male pet found out that Zhuowen's group is here to save him, he actually burst into tears. He kept thanking them with tears and snot flowing down his face. Looking at this guy on the Evil King Island, he must have suffered a great deal of psychological torture. Huyan Lanju's original intention was not to be a male pet. Therefore, she generously gave the male pet to Zhuowen. Outside the Evil King Island, Zhuowen, Huyan Lanju, Slovenly Taoist, and the rest are standing on the deck of the divine ship. Zhuowen suddenly asked Huyan Lanju, "Brother Huyan, are you still going back to the great music bar?" Huyan Lanju was startled, then shook her head and said, "No, I'm going back to the Liyuan main domain. There is nothing for me to do here." Zhuowen pondered for a moment, then handed the palm-sized Evil King to Huyan Lanju and said, "You once told me that your purpose in coming to the Evil King Island is to capture the Evil King alive. I don't know why you want to capture the Evil King alive, but I know that the Evil King is of no use to us right now, so I'll hand him over to you." Huyan Lanju was startled as she looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. She never thought that Zhuowen would hand the Evil King over to her just like that. Happiness came too suddenly. Why? Huyan Lanju was so shocked that she subconsciously blurted out the question in her heart. "That's because we're already friends." Zhuowen grinned. Huyan Lanju took the Evil King and hesitated for a moment. Then she took out a book with a green cover and handed it over to Zhuowen. This is... When Zhuowen saw the words Myriad Growth Scripture on the cover, he immediately knew that this should be the exorcism scripture of the Aoki clan. "Brother Daowin, this Myriad Growth Scripture is the exorcism scripture of my Aoki clan. In this scripture, there is a secret technique that can conceal the aura of exorcism energy." Chapter 3830. Since it's a secret technique, why did you give me the entire ancient book? I'm afraid this isn't good. Zhuowen said doubtfully. Huyan Lanju said somewhat embarrassedly, "This is a copy of the Myriad Growth Scripture. It's the one that I always carry with me. It's not the complete version. There are only 2 levels of cultivation in it. I've already cultivated this copy to the large success stage. When I go back, I'll be able to get a higher level copy. Therefore, this copy isn't of much use to me. As for the Aoki clan, you don't have to worry about it. The main body of the Myriad Growth Scripture is very difficult to cultivate. Unless you have the bloodline of the Aoki clan or you have extraordinary talent, you won't be able to cultivate it. In the Liyuan main region, there are actually many forces that have copies of the Myriad Growth Scripture. However, the Aoki clan has never cared about it because they know that the Myriad Growth Scripture is too difficult to cultivate. Giving this copy to you isn't a violation of the clan's rules." Hearing this, Zhuowen accepted the Myriad Growth Scripture. Although he didn't have much contact with Huyan Lanju, he gradually understood his character and knew that the latter didn't like to owe others favors. The reason why he gave all the copies of the Myriad Growth Scripture to Huyan Lanju was so that he wouldn't feel like he owed Huyan Lanju anything. "Brother Daowin, don't worry. I'll keep your matter a secret. I won't divulge anything. If I violate this oath, I, Huyan Lanju, will be struck by lightning. My soul will scatter and I'll die a horrible death." Huyan Lanju made a heavy oath and bid farewell to Zhuowen. Then he took out his divine ship and left. Sigh. This Huyan Lanju is really beautiful. Why is she a guy? What a pity. The slovenly Taoist stood beside Zhuowen and looked at Huyan Lanju's departing figure. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Let's go." Zhuowen shrugged. He didn't want to answer the slovenly Taoist's question. Instead, he steered the divine ship towards the great music lane. About half a day later, the divine ship arrived at Lingshao City, where the great music bar was located. When the divine ship landed on the Lingshao Plaza, Lu Xiaodao, the vice owner of the great music lane, was already waiting with a group of people. When Zhuowen found the male pet, Zhuowen used the jade strip that Lu Xiaodao gave him to send a message to Lu Xiaodao. Zhuowen discovered that in front of Lu Xiaodao there was a tall and sturdy figure. This figure was nearly 10 feet tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, filled with a sense of enormous strength. If one only looked at his body, their first impression would definitely be that he was a fierce man. However, when Zhuo Wen's attention landed on that figure's head, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This person had 2 braids on his head and a square face. If it weren't for the 2 braids, Zhuo Wen would have thought that this person was a man. However, the 2 braids that were obviously for women pulled Zhuo Wen back to reality. This tall figure should be a woman. When the male pet saw the tall woman, he was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He rolled and crawled, rushing into the woman's embrace. "Owner, owner, you scared me to death. You scared me to death. I almost died on the Evil King Island." As the male pet spoke, he cried silently, with a pitiful look on his face. As for the tall woman, she hugged the male pet tightly and said apologetically, "Concubine Lin, I'm really sorry. I made you suffer for so many days. Fortunately, you came back safe and sound. Congratulations, owner, for saving the beauty." Lu Xiaodao led a group of cultivators of the Great Music Lane and knelt on one knee, congratulating one after another. Zhuo Wen looked at this strange scene, and the corner of his eyes twitched. In his impression, with such a beautiful name like the Great Music Bar, the owner of the bar should be a graceful and beautiful woman. The owner of the Great Music Lane in front of him was a far cry from her. The owner of the Great Music Lane and the male pet were affectionate for a while. Then she pulled the male pet's hand and walked in front of Zhuo Wen and the others. "I am the owner of the Great Music Lane, Che Xiaowei. Brother Daowin, this time you helped me find Concubine Lin and made a great contribution. Thank you." Che Xiaowei's voice was coarse and rough. It was completely the voice of a fierce man. Although he felt strange, Zhuo Wen's willpower was still firm. He maintained his calm and said, "Owner, you are too polite. Since we accepted the mission of the Great Music Lane, we naturally have to do our best to complete it." Che Xiaowei laughed and patted Zhuo Wen's shoulder. The terrifying strength made Zhuo Wen fall down. Brother Daowin is indeed a straightforward person. Xiao Dao, take Brother Daowin to receive his reward first. Then come to the main hall to see me. As Che Xiaowei spoke, she hugged the male pet's waist and floated away. Brother Daowin, come with me. The reward for this mission is Honggu Shengzhen's trial spot and 100,000 chaos gems. I'll take you to receive the 100,000 chaos gems first. Lu Xiaodao walked in front of Zhuo Wen, appearing extremely polite and respectful. The fact that Zhuo Wen could survive on Evil King Island and bring back a male pet was enough to show that he was not simple. This person was enough to earn his respect. 100,000 chaos gems! The sloppy Daoist, Daokong, and Dokyo's eyes lit up. They had never seen so many chaos gems in their lives. Now that it was so easy to obtain, they were very excited. Under Lu Xiaodao's lead, they arrived at a spacious hall. Then, Lu Xiaodao entered a room deep in the hall. After a while, he took out a spirit ring and handed it to Zhuo Wen. There are 100,000 chaos gems in this spirit ring. Brother Daowin, please count them. Lu Xiaodao said with a smile. Zhuo Wen scanned it with his divine telekinesis and immediately knew that there were exactly 100,000 chaos gems in the spirit ring. Zhuo Wen casually handed the spirit ring to the sloppy Daoist and asked, "Owner Lu, the spot for Honggu Shengzhen?" "Don't worry, it will naturally be given to you. However, the spot token is in the owner's hands. Now, the owner is going to get it. I'll take you to the hall first." Lu Xiaodao smiled slightly, stood up, and led Zhuo Wen and the others out of the hall. They walked towards another hall. This was the main hall of the Great Music Bar. The decorations inside were magnificent and incomparably gorgeous. Zhuo Wen did not wait long before Che Xiaowei came out again. She handed a golden token to Zhuo Wen and said in a serious tone, "Brother Daowin, Honggu Shengzhen's trial is very cruel." The survival rate of every trial is less than 1 in 10. Many young geniuses who participate in the trial perish in that trial. Chapter 38-31. Che Xiaorui glanced deeply at Zhuowin, and then she roared with laughter. Brother Daowin is really a dragon amongst men. Then I'll wish Brother Daowin success in the following trials. Zhuowin smiled faintly. His words were polite, but he didn't take it to heart. He knew his own strength very well. Although he was only at the peak of the Heaven Ascension Change Realm, his strength far exceeded his cultivation level. No matter how powerful Hongwu Shengzhen was, the entrance trial would not be so difficult that he could not pass it. After that, Che Xiaorui held a grand banquet in the great music bar to celebrate the successful return of Chen Xiaobei. Zhuowin did not plan to attend the banquet. He wanted to go back immediately. However, the scruffy Taoist priest liked to join in the fun. He insisted that Chen Xiaobei stay at the great music bar for a few days. After the banquet, Zhuowin and the other 3 returned to the Hong sect. Faction leader, the chaotic energy in the Hong sect is too thin. I plan to go to the Demon King path and cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. Zhuowin said calmly to the scruffy Taoist priest in front of him in the main hall of the Hong sect. When he first entered the Demon King Island, he noticed that the chaotic energy was extremely rich. It was comparable to the blessed enclave in Zhongzhou. However, the chaotic energy in the Hong sect was so thin that Zhuowin suspected that he would not even be able to break through the Heaven Ascension Change Realm if he stayed in the Hong sect for 3 years. The scruffy Taoist priest thought about it and said, "How about this? Let's go together." The Hong sect is not suitable for cultivators like us to stay for long. When I entered the Demon King Island, I also noticed that it is a good place to stay. I plan to move the Hong sect to the Demon King Island. Zhuowin was stunned. He thought about it for a while and nodded. Faction leader, that's a good idea. Although the Demon King Island had lost its Demon King, it was still a paradise for evil spirits. It was a place where many more powerful cultivators gathered. Moreover, the Demon King Island had been famous for many years. Many cultivators did not dare to enter the Demon King Island. However, they cultivated the righteous energy, so they were not afraid of the evil spirits. On the contrary, these evil spirits could be used as nourishment for them, assisting them in cultivating the nature energy. In the next few days, the shabby Taoists, Daokong, and Dokyo were very busy. They were searching the ruins of the Hong sect to see if there was anything useful. Originally, Zhuowin did not want to join in the fun, but he was pulled by the sloppy Taoist to let him use his divine sense to search. Among the remaining 4 members of the Hong sect, Zhuowin's cultivation level was the highest, and his divine sense was the strongest as well. Therefore, he was the best candidate to scour the ruins of the Hong sect. During Zhuowin's careful search, he really did find some damaged cultivation techniques, god artifacts, and some remnant chaos gems in the ruins. This is... When Zhuowin arrived at the back mountain of the Hong sect, his divine sense swept across a small ruin. He stopped and looked curiously at the small ruin in front of him. From the traces of the ruins, it could be seen that before the ruins were intact, it should have been a small palace. The reason why he stopped was because his divine sense had sensed a restrictive spell under the ruins. This restriction fluctuation was very faint. If Zhuowin's spiritual sense wasn't very sharp, he wouldn't have been able to detect this restriction fluctuation at all. Zhuowin landed on the ruins, and with a wave of his sleeve, the rubble under his feet was cleared, revealing a dark tunnel. This tunnel should lead to the underground of the ruins. Zhuowin pondered for a moment, and finally decided to step into the tunnel. Roar! 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 The moment Zhuowin stepped into the tunnel, a gust of wind swept over him, and a ferocious roar erupted. Zhuowin snorted and struck out with his right hand. The righteous energy turned into a ball of lightning and condensed in his palm. Suddenly, the roar turned into a scream of agony and then disappeared. These evil spirits are really everywhere. Zhuowen shook his head. It was the evil spirit that attacked him. The tunnel was pitch black, and it was the most comfortable place for evil spirits to rest. The number of evil spirits in the tunnel was extremely shocking. Zhuowen had to circulate the righteous energy with all his might to cover his whole body. Only then could he barely block the shocking number of evil spirits in the tunnel. Zhuowen walked in the tunnel for about 4 hours and finally came to the end of the tunnel. What appeared in front of him was a stone door with complicated patterns on the surface. On the surface of the stone door, there were bursts of restrictive spell fluctuations. In Zhuowen's divine sense, the weak restrictive spell fluctuations were emitted from the stone door. This is not an ordinary restrictive spell. Zhuowen observed for a moment and found that the restrictive spell on the surface of the stone door was far beyond his level. With his current level of Array Dao, it was impossible for him to break the restrictive spell on the stone door. The restrictive spell is weakening. Zhuowen found that as he gradually approached the stone door, he keenly found that the restrictive spell fluctuations on the stone door were weakening. When he was far away from the stone door, the restrictive spell strengthened again. Zhuowen tried a few times and finally understood the principle of the restrictive spell. The key to breaking the restrictive spell was the righteous energy. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand. In his right hand, he condensed 80% of the righteous energy in his body. Then he placed his right hand on the stone door. He found that the restrictive spell on the stone door was so weak that it almost disappeared. The complicated patterns on the surface of the stone door were bursting with light similar to the righteous energy. Creak! At the same time, the glowing stone door slowly opened to both sides. What appeared behind the stone door was a spacious stone room. The moment the stone door opened, Zhuowen felt a very familiar aura rushing towards him. The aura of Hongmeng. Zhuowen's eyes widened. He looked surprised. Then he thought of something and stepped into the stone room. The layout of the stone room was very simple. Other than the stone table in the center, the surroundings were completely empty. Furthermore, after entering the stone chamber, Zhuowen did not encounter any other evil spirits. It was as if the evil spirits were afraid of something in the stone room. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this thing. It was the enormous righteous energy. The righteous energy was extremely vast. It was much stronger than when the slovenly Taoist priest fought with the evil king. In the face of this overwhelming righteous energy, Zhuowen even felt a sense of inferiority and inferiority. Apart from that, he also felt the familiar primordial aura in the righteous energy. It was the righteous energy that was mixed with the primordial aura. The color of the energy was not pure gold. Instead, it was purple gold. Zhuowen's body was trembling. The righteous energy in the stone room gave him too much pressure. If he did not resist it with all his might, he would have prostrated himself on the ground. Chapter 38-32. This is the key to the primordial stone. Zhuowen was really shocked. The purple key on the stone table was almost identical to the key sealed at the bottom of the crater in the Ascension sect. Zhuowen had thought that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack to find the other keys. He did not expect to find the second key in the ruins of the Hong sect. Zhuowen was so excited that he could not help but take a step forward to grab the key. Plop! However, the moment he took a step forward, his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. The pressure in the stone room was too terrifying. He had to use all his strength to stabilize himself. Now he had used up all his strength to take a step forward. He knelt on the ground and could not get up no matter how hard he tried. Damn it! I have to find a way to get rid of this pressure. Zhuowen was sweating profusely. His clothes were soaked and his face was pale. He knew that the longer he stayed in the stone room, the worse it would be for him. However, the problem now was that he could not even move a finger. How was he going to get out of the stone room? Even if Zhuowen kept using the nature energy, it was useless. The purplish gold nature energy was more powerful than the nature energy. It suppressed the nature energy to the point that it could not retaliate. My name is Hong Shinwu. I am the founder of the Hong Shinwu sect. I unintentionally obtained the universal scripture of heaven and earth. I treated it like a treasure and cultivated it tirelessly. I finally achieved great success. The fact that you can enter this stone room means that you are the successor of the universal scripture of heaven and earth. The key that contains the primordial chi is hidden in this stone room. I'm not sure what the use of the key is. However, I know that the primordial chi in the key can greatly increase one's comprehension. The primordial chi is mysterious and unpredictable. I have been meditating in the stone room for countless years and finally merged the primordial chi and the nature energy into one to form a brand new nature energy. I named it the Grand Primordial Chi. Junior, those who enter the stone chamber and wish to obtain the key must comprehend the vast primordial chi. Only then will you be able to resist the vast primordial chi within the stone chamber. If you don't even have this bit of comprehension, then you can die here and become a skeleton in this stone room. Just as Zhuowen was struggling incessantly, an oppressive and awe-inspiring voice came from the stone room. In Zhuowen's ears, this voice was actually exactly the same as the sect leader of the Hong sect, the slovenly Taoist. Moreover, this so-called founder's name was actually Hong Shinwu. Wasn't that the name of the sloppy Taoist? Could the shabby Taoist be the founder of the Hong sect? Zhuowen's heart was filled with doubts, but the current predicament did not allow him to let his imagination run wild. He was in a terrible state now. If what the voice said was true, then he would die here if he couldn't comprehend the vast primordial chi before he died. After knowing the way out of this predicament, Zhuowen calmed down. He had obtained a primordial stone and a primordial key a long time ago. He was all too familiar with the primordial chi. His comprehension had also improved imperceptibly. After calming down, Zhuowen began to circulate both the vast righteousness and primordial energy within his body. The two different types of energy were like two slithering snakes, constantly moving within Zhuowen's meridians. Zhuowen controlled the two types of energy to come into contact with each other at the same point in his meridians. Once the two types of energy came into contact, there was a sudden burst of terrifying energy. Then Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. Zhuowen's eyes flashed viciously as he continued to try to fuse the two types of energy. He knew very well that if he did not succeed, he would die. Every time he tried, Zhuowen's internal injuries worsened. His entire body was drenched in blood, and he looked like a ferocious, bloody man. However, Zhuowen became calmer and calmer. Every time he tried, he gained enough experience for himself. This is the time. Zhuowen roared and once again fused the two types of energy within his meridians. The golden, vast righteousness and the purple, primordial energy gathered together. The two types of energy kept tumbling, and the two colors kept intersecting and separating as if they were struggling. Zhuowen took a deep breath. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. However, the moment the two types of energy finally fused together, Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. The golden and purple colors in his meridians finally fused together and turned into a strange purple-gold energy. At first, this purple-gold energy was very weak, like an insignificant spark. However, this spark was like a prairie fire. It quickly grew stronger and spread. In an instant, Zhuowen's meridians were filled with this strange purple-gold energy. At the same time, the boundless purple-gold energy that filled the stone chamber seemed to have found a leader as it started to converge toward Zhuowen's body. A steady stream of purple-gold energy surged into Zhuowen's body. It flowed through his flesh and blood, his meridians and his bones. In the end, his internal injuries gradually healed. At this moment, the terrifying might within the stone chamber also completely disappeared. Huh, this energy is devouring my shattered divine power? After Zhuowen fused with the vast primordial energy, this new type of energy was extremely domineering. It actually started to devour the shattered divine power within his body. After a short while, the vast shattered divine power within Zhuowen's body was completely devoured by the vast primordial energy. It transformed into a brand new type of energy that was of a higher level. The purple gold energy in the stone chamber is even more effective than chaotic energy. After absorbing all of the purplish golden energy within the stone chamber, Zhuowen's body began to nurture an energy that was far more powerful than shattered divine power. Thus, his cultivation base naturally progressed to the void god transformation stage. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if Zhuowen's entire body had undergone a metamorphosis. A thunderous boom erupted from his body, and he was filled with power. Crap, the void god transformation stage tribulation is about to descend. Zhuowen's expression shifted slightly. In the instant that he made his breakthrough, he could sense the aura of tribulation gathering in the air above the ruins. Zhuowen knew just how terrifying his tribulation would be. If he were to transcend his tribulation in the Hong sect, he would definitely raise the Hong sect and the surrounding mountain ranges to the ground. He grabbed the purple key on the stone table and put it into his great world before taking a step forward and disappearing from the stone chamber. Daowen, where did you go? You've been gone for half a day. Zhuowen had only just appeared above the ruins of the Hong sect when he saw the sloppy Taoist leading Daogong and Dokyo toward him. Stop right there. Wait for me at the Hong sect for a few days. I need to transcend my void god transformation stage tribulation. After saying this, Zhuowen summoned his divine boat and left the Hong sect. Void god transformation stage? Senior martial brother made a breakthrough? Daogong faltered slightly as he turned to the sloppy Taoist with a confused expression. The sloppy Taoist didn't say anything. His gaze fell upon the small ruins at the back of the mountain. A dark passageway had appeared within the small ruins. The sloppy Taoist stared at the dark passageway in silence. He stood rooted to the spot as if he had been possessed. Then he hugged his head with his hands as his entire body trembled. Chapter 38-33. Boom! Boom! In the dusky sky, thunder rumbled and roared. Streaks of black lightning struck down from the sky, as if they were terrifying divine swords that could pierce through the horizon. Splat! The black lightning bolts landed on Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen to stagger and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhuowen continued to fly in the northwest direction and entered a mountainous region. There were almost no cultivators here, not even the aura of living beings. It was dead silent. Zhuowen took a deep breath and stopped in a valley. He raised his head and looked at the huge black hole in the sky. Strange and powerful black lightning bolts were brewing in the black hole. The black lightning bolts were definitely not ordinary tribulation energy. They carried with them a terrifying aura of destruction. Zhuowen was struck several times along the way, and was almost struck until his soul scattered and scattered. The lightning bolts not only targeted the physical body, but also affected the soul. It was an extremely terrifying black lightning. Boom! 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 The black lightning bolts fell again, each time more terrifying than the last. Zhuowen had no choice but to face it head-on. Terrifying black lightning exploded around him, spreading out countless threads of lightning, making him look like a god of lightning. However, Zhuowen did not have it easy. The lightning energy was too terrifying. His physical body and soul were greatly affected. However, Zhuowen did not cower because of this. Instead, he used the black lightning bolts to temper his physical body and soul. After Zhuowen's shattered divine power merged with the overwhelming righteous energy and grand mist aura, it formed a new energy that was extremely powerful. It helped him block most of the black lightning's energy. Zhuowen even found that the black lightning seemed to be afraid of the new energy in his body. After the fusion of the new divine power, Zhuowen named it the overwhelming grand mist divine power. The shattered divine power in his body was completely replaced by the overwhelming grand mist divine power. His strength underwent a transformation as a result. His divine soul took this opportunity to practice the ancient sword visualization painting. Not long after, a blazing and resplendent light flickered between his brows. Within the light, there was a vast and powerful sword with it soared into the sky as if it could cut through the heavens. Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have understood something. The visualization of the ancient sword had broken through the shackles and reached the 5th level. His soul had also undergone a transformation because of this. The power of his divine sense had still evolved to the terrifying extent of the heaven-crushing 5th transformation. Slash! Zhuowen pointed the sword finger on his right hand at his glabella. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent burst out from his glabella. The sword intent that was filled with unparalleled power manifested into a sword-shaped force that was dozens of feet long. Moreover, this sword-shaped force was constantly expanding and strengthening from several tens of feet, to several tens of feet, to several hundreds of feet, and finally to several tens of thousands of feet. At the same time, in the depths of the black hole, countless bolts of black lightning intertwined like black snakes, constantly condensing, forming a black snake-shaped thunderbolt that was thousands of feet long. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ear-piercing hiss of the snake's forked tongue filled heaven and earth. Then, the huge black snake that had been accumulating power swooped down, opened its bloody mouth, and released endless black lightning toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he silently looked down at the huge snake that was swooping down toward him. He waved his right hand, and the sword that had swelled to several tens of thousands of feet long soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sword collided with a huge snake, and a terrifying explosion that shook heaven and earth erupted. Then, the entire sky lit up with a blinding light. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood, and the energy in his body surged as he crashed to the ground. He had sustained heavy injuries. Then he saw the black hole in the sky gradually shrink, and the lightning snake also gradually dissipated. He knew that he had successfully transcended the void god transformation stage tribulation this time. At the same time, Zhuowen felt a powerful surge of energy enter his body, and his injuries gradually healed. His aura also rapidly rose. He knew that he had transcended the tribulation and had reached the void god transformation stage. This surge of energy was the feedback from heaven and earth. Zhuowen hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the ground and absorbed this mysterious energy. His aura also continued to grow. After about half a day, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His aura had completely stabilized, and he had successfully broken through to the void god transformation stage. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's faux god transformation was different from ordinary faux god transformation experts. Not only did the Grand Mist God Force flow through his body surpass the Grand Mist God Force, but the number of faux gods he could condense wasn't 1 but 9. Zhuowen slowly stood up. With a thought, numerous powerful phantoms appeared around him. There were a total of 9 phantoms clad in armor. 9 pairs of eerie eyes silently looked at Zhuowen. Then, they knelt on one knee and faced Zhuowen. Zhuowen silently looked at the 9 void gods in front of him, and his heart also jolted with shock. The most obvious characteristic of the void god transformation stage was that a mysterious energy would emerge from heaven and earth and condense into a void god that would attach itself to the cultivator's body. The cultivator only needed a thought to summon this void god to fight for them. Ordinary cultivators could only condense a single void god. This was the law. However, after Zhuowen broke through to the void god transformation stage, he was able to condense 9 void gods. This was simply too unbelievable. A serious expression appeared on Zhuowen's face. It wasn't that he hadn't battled with Void God transformation stage cultivators before. He had even defeated peak Void God transformation stage cultivators before. However, there had never been a Void God transformation stage cultivator like him. Moreover, the energy flowing through his body was far more powerful than Void God transformation stage cultivators. If Zhuowen were to face a peak Void God transformation stage cultivator now, he would be able to crush them with a single finger. Moreover, these 9 Void Gods were far more powerful than ordinary Void Gods. Zhuowen didn't need to rely on the power of the astral weapon to fight a peak 5 elements transformation stage cultivator, and he could even suppress them. After breaking through, Zhuowen didn't rush back to the Hong sect. Instead, he took out the purple key he found in the secret chamber. With a thought, the supreme word stone flew out and merged with the purple key. Then, the map fragment in Zhuowen's divine soul was instantly replenished. Originally, it was only 1/3 of the map, but now it was 2/3 complete. Zhuowen finally understood the specific outline and location of this map fragment. From this map fragment, Zhuowen could tell that the second primordial stone should be located in a huge mountain range. What exactly was this mountain range? Zhuowen wasn't too sure. He knew nothing about the geography of the 100 domains. At least, from what he knew, this mountain range shouldn't be in the middle state. Zhuowen knew that he needed to find a detailed geographical map of the 100 domains before he could know the exact location of this mountain range. Perhaps he should go to the middle state to try his luck and see if he could find a geographical map of the 100 domains. Chapter 38-34. Brother Daowin, you are finally back. Did you successfully break through to the empty God transformation stage? At the entrance of the main hall, Dao Jing saw Zhuowen descend and hurriedly went up to greet him, asking excitedly, "Yes, I did." Zhuowen smiled and continued to ask, "Is the sect leader inside?" "Yes, after you left, Master suddenly had a headache. He is resting inside now," Dokyo said. Zhuowen nodded and stepped into the main palace. In the broken main palace, the shabby Taoist priest was lying on the bed with his head in his hands. Dao Kong was taking care of him. "Brother." Dao Kong bowed to Zhuowen and retreated to the side at Zhuowen's signal. Zhuowen walked to the bedside and looked at the shabby Taoist priest who was still groaning with his head in his hands. He could not help but think of the voice in the stone room who called himself Hong Shenwu. "Daowin, you are finally back. I suddenly had a headache. I don't know why. You don't have to worry. I will recover soon," the shabby Taoist priest said softly. Zhuowen thought for a moment and asked, "Sect leader, you said that the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra was brought back by the ancestral master. I would like to ask, what is the name of the ancestral master?" The shabby Taoist priest was stunned. He shook his head and said, "The memorial tablets of the Hong sect were all smashed many years ago. I don't even remember the names of many of the sect leaders, let alone the ancestral master." "Daowin, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Zhuowen smiled and shook his head. "I am just asking. Sect leader, you should rest first. After you rest, I will bring you to Zhong province first, then to Evil King Island." "Brother Daowin, why are we going to Zhong province?" Dokyo and Dao Kong asked curiously. "I need to buy the geographical map of the 100 outer territories. It is useful to me," Zhuowen said ambiguously. Dokyo and Dao Kong did not ask any more questions. When the first ray of warm sunlight shone on the eastern horizon, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes suddenly became serious. He slowly raised his head and looked to the east of the ruins of the Hong sect. His divine telekinesis had detected 2 powerful auras that were rapidly approaching him. Zhuowen thought that the auras were just cultivators passing by, so he did not think much of it. However, as the auras got closer, Zhuowen realized that something was wrong. The 2 auras were heading straight for the Hong sect. Clearly, they were coming for the Hong sect. Swoosh! Two whistling sounds could be heard as two men appeared on top of the ruins of the Hong sect. The middle-aged man's a young man, the early stage of the 5 elements transformation stage. As for the other young man, his cultivation was slightly weaker. He was probably at the heaven trampling transformation stage. However, Zhuowen could not help but frown when he saw the attire of these two people. Zhuowen was familiar with their attire. It was the attire of the Hongwu divine sect. When he and Zhu Xiang visited the Hongwu divine sect, the disciples of the Hongwu divine sect were wearing the same attire. The middle-aged man's attire was exactly the same as the elder of the Hongwu divine sect who had chased after Zhuowen. He should be an elder of the Hongwu divine sect as well. When the two of them landed on the ruins of the Hong sect, they looked around with obvious disgust in their eyes. They had seen Zhuowen long ago, but they completely treated Zhuowen as heir and ignored him. "Hong Shenwu, get out here!" The younger Daowen shouted. His voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire Hong sect. Soon, the slovenly Taoist walked out of the main hall with Dao Gong and Dokyo. "Wang Yuanzhang, why are you here?" The slovenly Taoist's face changed when he saw the middle-aged man. His voice was filled with wariness and fear. The middle-aged man looked at the slovenly Taoist and grinned. "Brother Hong, what's wrong? We're old friends. Why are you calling me by my name?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man winked at the young man beside him. The younger Taoist laughed and walked up to the slovenly Taoist. He gave him 2 tight slaps. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting my master?" Dao Gong shouted. He immediately pounced on the younger Taoist and started punching and kicking him. "Damn brat, how dare you bite me?" The young man was in pain. With a shout of anger, he kicked Dao Gong. Dao Gong screamed and rolled on the ground. Dokyo quickly ran over and helped Dao Gong up. His eyes were filled with fear. The younger Taoist wanted to continue kicking Dao Gong, but the slovenly Taoist blocked him. "Old geezer, why are you blocking me? Get lost." The younger Taoist said coldly. The slovenly Taoist's face darkened. He looked at Wang Yuanzhang and said, "Wang Yuanzhang, you don't come here for no reason. Why are you here? You've already destroyed the last hall of the Hong sect and taken away the last divine ability. There's nothing else here that you want." Wang Yuanzhang smiled. "Brother Hong, you're still so naive. Who says there's nothing left here? You still have your lives." The slovenly Taoist's pupils constricted. He said angrily, "Sure, Shen Hong promised that he wouldn't cause trouble here after he dug out the chaos divine vein. Don't you know? You want to go against Shen Hong's promise?" Wang Yuanzhang shrugged. "Sect Master did make that promise, but you didn't see it clearly. He only said that he wouldn't cause trouble here. He didn't say that the rest of the Hong Martial Divine sect wouldn't cause trouble here." The slovenly Taoist's face paled. He knew that he had been tricked by Shen Hong. Shen Hong had taken all the resources of the Hong sect, but he still wanted to take their lives. "Brother Hong, rest in peace. You won't be lonely with your disciple by your side." Wang Yuanzhang chuckled. The younger Taoist's right hand formed a claw and grabbed at the slovenly Taoist. However, when the young Taoist's right hand was about to touch the slovenly Taoist's neck, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his right hand. The young Taoist's pupils constricted. He looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared and whispered, "Who the hell are you? Let go of me." The person who had suddenly attacked was Zhuowen. "Who the hell are you? You want me to let go of you?" Zhuowen said calmly. He twisted his right hand, and the young Taoist's right hand was bent strangely. The bones in the young Taoist's right hand cracked. Zhuowen ignored the young Taoist's scream. He looked at Wang Yuanzhang and said coldly, "Is what you said true? Are you here to kill the Hong sect? Is this your own idea or Shen Hong's?" Wang Yuanzhang was stunned. He then reacted and looked at Zhuowen with an ugly expression. "Who are you? Let go of him." We are from the Hong Martial Divine Sect. Wang Yuanzheng could sense that Zhuowen was at the early stage of the empty god transformation realm. Therefore, he didn't panic. The young Taoist was no match for him. I'm asking you a question. Zhuowen's voice turned cold. Then a powerful force poured out of his palm and entered the young Taoist's body. Chapter 38-35. How dare you? Wang Yuanjing's pupils constricted and his eyes turned crimson red. He flew out and unleashed the power of a mid-stage, 5 elements transformation stage. The surrounding space exploded and energy overflowed. Zhuowen sneered. With a single thought, a void spirit appeared behind him. Then he threw out a punch with an even more terrifying might. When the two fists collided, the shock waves of energy exploded and spread in all directions. Then Wang Yuanzheng screamed in horror. His right hand directly collapsed, and a bloody mist spread out. He flew backwards in a sorry state and smashed heavily onto the ground. Zhuowen's body trembled, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He squinted his eyes. It seemed that he had only used the power of an empty god to suppress a mid-stage, 5 elements transformation stage expert. This showed how powerful he was. Wang Yuanjing got up from the ground and looked at Zhuowen in horror. Although he was sent flying in a sorry state just now, he didn't suffer too much damage. Therefore, he was still full of energy. Answer my question. Zhuowen walked slowly toward Wang Yuanzheng. A second empty god appeared behind him. Zhuowen's aura suddenly skyrocketed, becoming extremely terrifying and powerful. 2 empty gods. Wang Yuanzheng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of someone who had 2 empty gods at the empty god transformation stage. Moreover, his strength was as terrifying as Zhuowen's. Let's go. Wang Yuanzheng had the intention to retreat. When Zhuowen walked over, he immediately used his movement technique and fled to the back. Zhuowen sneered. Few people in the 5 elements transformation stage could compare to his movement skill. Zhuowen stomped his right foot, and his entire body transformed into a purple ghost, disappearing from the spot. A purple figure flashed, and Zhuowen's figure appeared above Wang Yuanzheng. Following this, Zhuowen's purple fist aura smashed down, causing terrifying purple waves to surge out. Wang Yuanjing's face changed. He forced himself to turn around and threw out a punch. Crack! Unfortunately, Zhuowen, who had summoned 2 empty gods, was more powerful than Wang Yuanzheng. Wang Yuanjing's right fist was distorted and collapsed. Clouds of blood, mist exploded. It looked very strange and terrifying. Then, Zhuowen's fist landed on Wang Yuanjing's chest, like a rainbow piercing the sun. The powerful fist went through Wang Yuanjing's chest and blood splattered in the air. However, Zhuowen did not give up. His right foot suddenly stepped out and fiercely stomped on Wang Yuanjing's body. Wang Yuanzheng screamed and fell to the ground. His right foot stepped on Wang Yuanzheng. He asked, Zhuowen, you haven't answered my question. I'll talk. Wang Yuanzheng shouted in fear. He had long been scared out of his wits by Zhuowen's powerful strength. Was sect leader. This has nothing to do with me. The slovenly Taoist was furious. He said, Shi Shenhong is a bastard. The Hong sect is in such a state. Why won't he let it go? Sect leader told me that the Hong sect is an eyesore. He can't tolerate sand in his eyes. Even if the Hong sect is no longer a threat, he still thinks that it's best to destroy it. Wang Yuanzheng said in a trembling voice. The slovenly Taoist was furious. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to tear Shi Shenhong apart. Zhuowen was expressionless. He waved his sleeve and a powerful divine power poured out. Wang Yuanzheng screamed as his divine soul was destroyed and he fell to the ground. It seems that Hongwu divine sect is not going to let the Hong sect go. After so many years, Hongwu divine sect has declined to such an extent. Sure shun Hong still. The slovenly Taoist clenched his fists tightly and looked very serious. Hong Wu Shengzhen is not targeting the Hong sect anymore? Only Hong Wu divine sect? Zhuowen asked. The slovenly Taoist said, self-deprecatingly, Hong Wu Shengzhen only wants the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra. He doesn't care about the Hong sect at all. The Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra has been destroyed. Hong Wu Shengzhen couldn't care less about the Hong sect. After all, Hong Wu Shengzhen is much more powerful than the Hong sect. Maybe Hong Wu Shengzhen has forgotten that he once destroyed the Hong sect. But Hong Wu divine sect is different. When the Hong sect was at its peak, Hong Wu divine sect was only a subsidiary of the Hong sect. They had a very low status. When Hong Wu Shengzhen attacked the Hong sect, Hong Wu divine sect was able to turn the tables. Hong Wu divine sect is afraid that the Hong sect will be able to turn the tables one day. That's why they have been targeting the Hong sect. To this day, they even want to wipe the Hong sect clean. The slovenly Taoist looked tired as he spoke. Daokong and Dokyo quickly comforted the slovenly Taoist. Faction leader, don't worry. From now on, the Hong sect will move to Evil King Island. That place is currently a forbidden area for cultivators. But to us, it's heaven. Even the Hong Wu divine sect wouldn't dare to enter Evil King Island. Zhuowen said calmly. The slovenly Taoist nodded. The Hong sect's old site was no longer safe. Evil King Island was their best choice. Go and pack up. We will depart now, Zhuowen said. The slovenly Taoist and the others did not hesitate. They went into the main hall and started to pack up their things. Soon, the four of them got on the divine boat and headed to Zhong State. Not long after Zhuowen and the others left, a few figures landed on the Hong sect's old site. The auras of these figures were extremely powerful. Most of them were at least 5 elements transformation stage. Moreover, from the way they were dressed, they should be from the Hong martial divine sect. Wang Yuanzheng and Lu Luan are both dead. A tall, skinny man walked to Wang Yuanzheng's body and said with an unfriendly expression, Wang Yuanzheng is an elite at the middle stage of 5 elements transformation stage. How could there be an elite who could kill Wang Yuanzheng when the Hong sect is already in such dire straits? Someone asked in confusion. I'm not sure either. Just keep Wang Yuanzheng's body and go back to report to the faction leader. If it's really as we thought, the Hong sect has such an elite. We can't let him go, the skinny man said coldly. After about half a day, Zhuowen and the others left the remote area and arrived at the center of Zhong State. Faction leader, junior brother Daokong, junior brother Dokyo, please stay in my realm for a while. I still have some things to settle in Zhong State. Once I'm done, I'll go to Evil King Island. Zhuowen landed in a remote alley and said to the slovenly Taoist and the other two. Chapter 38-36. Zhuowen asked around on the street and found out that the most famous auction house in the central state was the World Auction House. He knew very well that the auction house had the most complete set of items. If he wanted to find a complete geographical map of the 100 domains, the best way was to buy it from the auction house. The World Auction House was very large, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going inside. Inside the auction house, there were many counters. Behind the counters sat appraisers and salespeople. Zhuowen came to a counter with few people. At this counter sat a rather young woman. Excuse me, I need a complete geographical map of the 100 domains. Does the World Auction House sell it? Zhuowen asked. The young woman glanced at Zhuowen strangely and said, The 100 domains are so big. How long would it take to draw a geographical map of the entire 100 domains? And even if there is a complete geographical map, it is still a priceless treasure. At least our auction house doesn't have a complete geographical map of the 100 domains. Zhuowen was startled. He didn't expect the geographical map of the 100 domains to be so precious. However, after thinking about it, he suddenly understood. The 100 domains were so big, and there were many secret realms and treasure troves in it. If there really was such a complete map, then he only needed to look at the geographical map to find the treasure troves. It would be very convenient. Then, what kind of geographical map does your auction house have the most complete? Zhuowen continued to ask. The most complete one should only be the one in the central state. But in 10 days, the auction house will hold a grand auction. I heard that among the items in this auction, there is a complete geographical map of the Hushu domain. If you are interested, you can participate in the auction in 10 days. The young woman said. Hearing this, Zhuowen was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that the largest auction house in the central state didn't have a complete geographical map of the 100 domains. They didn't even have a geographical map of the Hushu domain. If he only had the map of the Central Plains, it would be useless to him. Although he hadn't visited all the places in the Central Plains, he knew that the map fragment in his soul didn't show the Central Plains. After all, the geography of the map fragment was very strange. When Zhuowen went to the Evil King Island, he had almost crossed the central region, but he did not have any impression of this geography. That was why he came to such a conclusion. However, after thinking about it for a while, Zhuowen felt relieved. The 100 regions outside the realm were vast, almost boundless. It was just too large. Drawing a geographical map of the entire 100 outer realms would definitely consume a great deal of energy. He knew that this kind of geographical map definitely existed, but it was definitely very rare and exceptionally precious. Only a truly powerful force would have a small number of treasured copies, and they might not even be complete. Zhuowen decided to participate in the auction that would be held in 10 days. The geographical map of the 100 domains would determine whether or not he could find the second, primordial Grand Mist Stone. This was his foundation, so he had to be careful. Time passed quickly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the grand auction, held by the World Auction House. In the huge World Auction House, there was an endless stream of people. Zhuowen spent quite a lot of chaos crystals before he could buy an ordinary ticket in the auction. The place where the auction was located was a building with a domed roof. The space inside was very large, surrounded by ring-shaped seats. In the centermost position, there was a circular open space. In the open space, there was a rather large high platform. Zhuowen knew that this high platform should be where the auctioneer stood. Zhuowen chose a more remote corner seat and sat down, waiting silently. There were many seats around. Moreover, these seats were very close to each other, practically sitting next to the people next to them. Apart from these ordinary seats, Zhuowen also discovered that on the top 5 floors, each floor had dozens of exquisitely decorated private rooms. From the surrounding people's discussion, Zhuowen also knew that these private rooms could not be bought by ordinary people using chaos crystals. These private rooms were specially reserved by the World Auction House for the upper echelons of the famous forces in Middle State. These private rooms were located at the top and took up a large area. Not only did they have a wide view, but there were also several beautiful women serving them. The service could be said to be top-notch. Zhuowen scanned with his spiritual will and found that most of the private rooms were occupied. Of course, Zhuowen did not know most of the cultivators in these private rooms. However, he could feel that these cultivators' auras were extremely powerful. They were at least at the yin-yang change realm. Although Zhuowen's spiritual will seemed unrestrained, the cultivators in the private rooms basically did not notice Zhuowen's spiritual will. This was because Zhuowen's soul had fused with the Tai word stone. The aura of his spiritual will was extremely weak, almost non-existent. Even cultivators with a much higher cultivation level than Zhuowen would not be able to detect it unless Zhuowen did not want to reveal his spiritual will. It's him. When Zhuowen's spiritual will scanned a private room on the top floor, he found a familiar face. There were not many people in this private room. There were only about 3 of them. The 3 of them were wearing the robes of the Hong Martial Divine Sect. Obviously, they were from the Hong Martial Divine Sect. Moreover, The auras of the three of them were extremely powerful. Among the three of them, Zhuowen was very familiar with one of them. He was Sikong Chiu, the great elder of the Hong martial divine sect. He was also an expert, second only to Shirshin As for the other two, although their auras were not as strong as Shirshin it could be seen that they were not weak. They should be the more powerful elders of the Hong martial divine sect. Zhuowen's face turned serious. Even an expert like Sikong Chiu of the Hong martial divine sect was participating in this auction. Could it be that there would be something incredible appearing in this auction? He scanned the area with his divine telekinesis again and discovered several powerhouses at the level of God domain change. His expression became exceptionally solemn. It seemed like this auction was not simple. Have you heard? It said that a rank 4 astral weapon fragment will appear in this auction. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. A few months before the auction started, the upper echelons of many forces had already gathered around the World Auction House. All of them are great experts. If this news is not reliable, there wouldn't be so many terrifying experts gathered here. I feel that this news should be more reliable. Zhuowen heard a few cultivators whispering to each other not far away. Although their voices were not loud, Zhuowen could still hear them clearly. So that's the case. No wonder even an expert like Sikong Chiu is participating in this auction. So it's because a rank 4 astral weapon fragment has appeared. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. To him, the astral weapon fragment could be fused with to become stronger. Zhuowen also wanted to obtain this rank 4 astral weapon fragment. However, he knew that there were many experts gathered in this auction. With his strength and wealth, he might not be able to compete with these experts. Chapter 38-37. About an hour later, almost all the cultivators in the auction hall had arrived. The surroundings were filled with a hubbub of voices and clamor. Right at this moment, the surrounding noise instantly stopped. Then, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on the central platform. They saw a sexy female cultivator walk out of the central platform. She was wearing very revealing clothes, and as she walked, she stroked her hair coquettishly, making many male cultivators' hearts burn with passion. Zhuowen noticed the auction hammer in the charming female cultivator's hand. He knew that this woman should be the auctioneer of this auction. When the female cultivator walked to the center of the platform, she bowed deeply to the surroundings, revealing a sweet smile, and said, "Fellow Taoists, my daughter, Yu Sha, is the auctioneer of this auction. Fellow Taoists, please support Yu Sha in this auction." The surrounding male cultivators were in a clamor, and many male cultivators whistled frivolously. Zhuowen looked at Yu Sha silently. The moment this woman came out, a fire rose in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. He knew that this woman should have cultivated a seduction technique. Every frown and smile had a soul-stirring feeling. Little girl, don't show off your vulgar seduction technique anymore. Hurry up and start the auction. This old man's patience is limited. An old voice came from a box on the left. An entire venue exploded like thunder. Many cultivators who were immersed in Yu Sha's seduction technique woke up one after another. When they came back to their senses, they all revealed looks of astonishment. Yu Sha's face became somewhat pale. This voice was somewhat targeted at her, so her mind was also affected to a certain extent. After Yu Sha adjusted her state, she bowed to the box where the owner of the voice was, then knocked the hammer in her hand, and said, "Now the auction begins!" Zhuowen's divine sense fell on the box on the left, and his gaze immediately became strange. The reason for that was because the person he saw in the private room was not an old man in his twilight years. Instead, it was a very young woman. This woman looked very ordinary, but the aura on her body was extremely powerful. Although it was not as strong as Sikong Chiu, it was actually not too far off. It seemed that this woman deliberately disguised her voice as the voice of a dying old man in order to conceal her identity. Zhuo retracted his telepathic thoughts and discovered that a crystal table was slowly rising from the bottom of the central platform. In the middle of the crystal table, there was a tray. On the tray, there was a thumb-size green divine pill. This is the heaven-breaking fourth order divine pill, 10,000 dragons explosive pill. It can increase one's potential for a short period of time, allowing one to erupt with the power of 10,000 dragons. If a void god transformation stage cultivator were to consume this divine pill, their strength would explode to the early 5 elements transformation stage. This is a divine pill that can allow a void god transformation stage cultivator to fight above their level. The starting price is 100,000 chaos crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 chaos crystals. Yu Sha's crisp voice rang out. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators began to shout out bids in a frenzy. Zhuo observed silently and did not participate in the bidding. This 10,000 dragons violent pill was of no use to him. He would just be wasting his primal chaos crystals if he bid for it. He also noticed that apart from the cultivators in the seats outside, none of the mighty figures in the private rooms said anything. They were all powerful existences with high statuses. They naturally looked down on this 10,000 dragons violent pill. Zhuo suspected that these people were here for the rumored stage for Astral Weapon Fragment. In the end, the 10,000 dragons violent pill was won by a middle-aged male cultivator for 320,000 chaos crystals. After this middle-aged male cultivator received the 10,000 dragons violent pill, he immediately left the auction house quietly. Zhuowen's spiritual will discovered that at the same time that the middle-aged male cultivator left, some other cultivators also silently left their seats and followed closely behind the middle-aged male cultivator. Zhuo shook his head. His spiritual will detected that the cultivators who followed him out were not any weaker than the middle-aged male cultivator. In fact, some of them were even slightly stronger. This time, the middle-aged male cultivator was most likely doomed. After that, the auction proceeded in an orderly manner. There were divine pills, divine weapons, and divine abilities. The next item for sale is a little special. It is not a divine pill, divine weapon, or divine ability. Instead, it is a complete geographical map of the Hushu realm. The starting price is 300,000 chaos crystals. Fellow Taoists who are interested can bid for it. It is definitely worth it. On the crystal table, a scroll made of jade appeared. Yu Sha opened a portion of the scroll. Indeed, there were various patterns of different terrains on it. Zhuowen's eyes were sharp. When he opened a portion of the scroll, he actually caught a glimpse of the terrains that were similar to the remnant map in his mind. It is indeed in the Hushu realm. Zhuo clenched his fists in excitement. His face was flushed with excitement. He definitely had to bid for this geographical map. Moreover, he had to bid for it at all costs. This was the key to whether or not he could find the second primordial stone. Although geographical maps were precious, most itinerant cultivators did not have much interest in them. They did not have many chaos crystals on them to begin with. Most of them only planned to spend them on things that could increase their own strength. How could they possibly waste their extra chaos crystals on a geographical map? Geographical maps were not very attractive to itinerant cultivators. However, they were extremely attractive and useful to large forces with deep foundations. Their respective forces also had some geographical maps, but they were not particularly complete. In fact, they did not know much about some of the regions in the Hushu realm. If they could bid for the complete geographical map of the Hushu realm, they would not have to waste their energy to personally explore and draw a map. Therefore, an interesting phenomenon occurred. The ordinary seats, which had been the most fiercely bidding, were now completely silent. It was so quiet that it was frightening. The upper seats, which had been silent, began to bid, raising the price step by step. 1,000,000 chaos crystals. One of the private rooms immediately doubled the price. 1,500,000, 1,800,000, 3,000,000. I am the flaming sage of the True Fire Tower. This geographical map is of great use to me. Everyone, please give me some face. Flaming Sage, thanks you once again. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out from the front 3 seats. He immediately raised the price by 1,000,000 and announced his name. The voices that had been bidding immediately died down. The True Fire Tower's influence in the central continent was not small. It was one of the top 10 forces. The Flaming Sage was a great expert of the True Fire Tower, second only to his sect. He was very famous in the central continent. Since he had announced his name, many cultivators who had heard of the Flaming Sage's name stopped bidding. It could be said that they were giving the Flaming Sage some face. Moreover, the geographical map of the Hushi realm had become somewhat expensive after the price had reached 3,000,000 chaos crystals. Therefore, the voices that had been bidding earlier had all stopped. 3,010,000. Just when the Flaming Sage thought that no one would bid against him and that the geographical map would belong to no one but him, an unhurried voice rang out from below. Everyone followed the voice and found that the bidder was a young man sitting in an ordinary seat. Chapter 3838. Taoist Flamewing's eyes slowly narrowed, and he gazed coldly at Zhuowin. Junior, I'll give you a chance. Withdraw your bid right now, and perhaps you'll still have a chance to live. Zhuowin didn't even look at the Flaming Sage. Instead, he looked at Yusha on the central platform and said indifferently, Miss Yusha, this old man is openly threatening me. Is your auction house not going to do anything about it? As soon as he said this, many of the surrounding cultivators looked at Zhuowin with pity. Even Yusha's gaze towards Zhuowin had become somewhat strange. However, Yusha, who was a professional, still gave her answer. Esteemed guest, you are free to bid in our heavenly auction house. As long as you are determined to obtain this item, we will not restrict you from bidding. And you can rest assured that fighting is not allowed in the heavenly auction house. Esteemed guest, you can rest assured. Yusha said with a professional smile. Zhuowin sneered inwardly. He could tell what Yusha was planning with a single glance. She was clearly trying to provoke him to continue bidding. As long as the price was raised, the heavenly auction house would profit. As for Yusha's words about not fighting in the heavenly auction house, would he stay in the heavenly auction house forever? He had offended the Flaming Sage. As soon as he left the heavenly auction house, the latter probably wouldn't care about his life or death and would let the Flaming Sage do whatever he wanted to him. I believe in your heavenly auction house. Zhuowin nodded seriously. Then he pointed at the Flaming Sage's box and said arrogantly, Dog Taoist, are you threatening me? You're still too inexperienced. If you have the ability, come and bid with me. Don't be a stupid pig and try to threaten me with force. As soon as he said this, the surrounding cultivators were stunned. F***CK. This rogue cultivator was pushing his luck. Did he really think that the heavenly auction house would protect him just because of a few words from Yusha? Many of the powerhouses in the box shook their heads with cold smiles. They could easily guess that this unbridled rogue cultivator would have a very miserable ending. Adept Flamewing almost flew into a rage, but he didn't immediately act out. He wasn't a newborn calf and was very clear about the rules of the World Auction House. In addition to the background of the World Auction House, he didn't dare to cause a ruckus during the auction. However, after the auction was over, the Flaming Taoist had made up his mind to make the arrogant ant die a horrible death. For a million, Taoist Flamewing coldly quoted a new price. He was still unwilling to give up on the map just like that, so he immediately raised the price by another 1,000,000. In his opinion, a mere itinerant cultivator would definitely not be able to take out so many chaos gems in such a short time. Unfortunately, as soon as Venerable Flamewing announced his bid, Zhuowin, who was sitting in the ordinary seats, slowly said, 4 1 million. Bang! The flame-winged Taoist clenched his right hand and slammed it on the table in front of him. He stared at Zhuowen as if he wanted to eat Zhuowen whole. The powerhouses in the other boxes also took a second look at Zhuowen. For a mere rogue cultivator to be able to quote a price of 1 million, he must be really rich. This was very rare among rogue cultivators. Sikong Chiu stood in the box with his hands behind his back. His gaze also fell on Zhuowen, and his brows slowly furrowed. He had never seen this rogue cultivator who had challenged the flaming Taoist before, but he felt a sense of familiarity. "Aunt, I'll let you have the map. I'd like to see how long you can keep it." The flaming Taoist's suppressed anger filled the auction house. After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They all knew that the flaming Taoist had given up on bidding. At the same time, they all cast looks of pity and sympathy at Zhuowen. In their eyes, the flaming Taoist's words were a death sentence for this person. Yu Sha revealed a brilliant and charming smile. She took a second look at Zhuowen and continued, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid a higher price? This map is very useful. It's a complete map of the Hex realm. If you're passing by, don't miss it." Zhuowen's expression was a bit ugly. Yu Sha still wasn't satisfied at this time. The price of 1 million had far exceeded the value of the map. If he hadn't emptied the Nangong family's treasury, as well as the spirit rings of the cultivators he had killed over the years, he really wouldn't have been able to take out so many chaos crystals at once. After waiting for a long time and confirming that no one else was bidding, Yu Sha slammed the hammer in disappointment. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for obtaining the map of the Hex realm." The moment the hammer fell, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the map was now his. Yu Sha continued to auction off the next item, while the geographical map was placed on a tray by a tall and burly man who walked towards Zhuowen's seat. "Fellow Taoist, the total is 1 million chaos crystals." The burly man arrived in front of Zhuowen and held the tray with an expressionless face. 1 million? Isn't it 1 million? Zhuowen asked strangely. "The rules of the Heavenly Auction House are that we charge a service fee of 10%. Your auction item is 1 million, so the service fee is 400,000. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. After receiving the service fee, the Heavenly Auction House will do our best to ensure your safety in the auction house," the burly man said calmly. Zhuowen pondered for a moment before handing over 1 million chaos crystals to the burly man. Since this was the rule of the Heavenly Auction House, he couldn't violate it. The burly man counted the chaos crystals in the spirit ring. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he handed the map to Zhuowen and left his seat. Zhuowen silently stored the map in his great world. There were too many people here, so it wasn't appropriate to check the map here. Zhuowen's original plan was to leave immediately after obtaining the map. However, after knowing that a stage for astral weapon fragment would appear in this auction, Zhuowen decided to stay. He wanted to see what a stage for astral weapon fragment looked like. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner. Precious auction items were displayed one after another, and they all attracted the bidding of the cultivators. Moreover, the auction items displayed later became more and more precious. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but be tempted. However, as the bidding continued, the prices of these auction items were raised to an extremely high level. In the end, Zhuowen still didn't compete with the others. Meanwhile, the powerhouses in the private rooms also started to join in the bidding as the auction items became more and more precious. The people in these private rooms were basically the upper echelons of the major forces in the central state. Needless to say, their wealth naturally went without saying. When the bidding started, it was extremely crazy. Even Zhuowen was dumbfounded when he saw their bidding. Next, the auction item is the finale item of this auction. I think everyone has already guessed. Yes, it's a stage for astral weapon. Chapter 38-39. Amidst the endless clamor, another crystal table rose from the center of the auction hall. On the table, there was a transparent, airtight cover. The cover glowed brightly and radiated with extremely powerful restriction waves. Inside the cover lay a palm-sized bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was not complete. From its outline, it could be seen that this bronze mirror was damaged. Moreover, the damage was very severe. However, Zhuowen's gaze turned serious the moment he saw this bronze mirror fragment. He could sense that the aura emitted by this bronze mirror was extremely unusual. It could even be said that it was extremely powerful. It was far more terrifying than the rank 3 astral weapon fragment, the purple gold toad, that he had. Is this a rank 4 astral weapon? Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as his heart burned with passion. Previously, when he used the purple gold toad, he was able to kill a 5 elements transformation powerhouse at the peak of the Heaven Ascension transformation stage. If he could obtain this rank 4 astral weapon and merge it with the purple gold toad, wouldn't he have the ability to kill a yin-yang transformation powerhouse? At this moment, Zhuowen was thinking about how to obtain this bronze mirror fragment. However, the moment Yu Sha announced the starting price, Zhuowen immediately revealed a bitter smile. This is the highlight of this auction. The 3-fire true mirror is a genuine rank 4 astral weapon. It is said that the 3-fire true mirror can release 3 types of powerful flames, each more powerful than the last. Although the 3-fire true mirror is badly damaged, it can still release a type of flame that is extremely powerful. It is said that it can instantly burn a yin-yang transformation powerhouse to death. Yu Sha smiled sweetly as she listened to the heavy breathing below the stage. She continued, "The starting price of the 3-fire true mirror is 10 million chaos crystals. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Starting now." Just as Yu Sha announced the starting price, the cultivators in the ordinary seats below the stage all sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 million chaos crystals? What kind of joke was this? Even if they sold themselves, they wouldn't be able to take out that many chaos crystals. Zhuowen was also shocked. He didn't expect the starting price of the 3-fire true mirror to be 10 million chaos crystals. Although he could take out that many chaos gems, that was only the starting price. Many of the people participating in this auction were the upper echelons of the major forces in the central state. Their wealth was so great that Zhuowen couldn't compare to them. He knew very well that there would be a fierce bidding war. The silence in the hall didn't last long. Finally, someone from the box high above made a bid. 11 million. 13 million. 15 million. The price of the 3-fire true mirror continued to rise, and the rogue cultivators in the ordinary seats could only watch helplessly, unable to get a word in edgewise. "Grand Elder, we can start bidding now." Inside Sikong Chiyu's box, the 2 elders following behind Sikong Chiyu saw that the former didn't bid for a long time and were somewhat anxious. Sikong Chiyu was calm and composed as she said coolly, "So anxious for what?" The appearance of a rank 4 astral weapon has alarmed all the powers in the central state. Those few veteran forces are probably here too. They haven't even started bidding yet. We don't need to be in such a hurry to bid. The 2 elders came back to their senses and nodded repeatedly. Their gazes when looking at Sikong Chiyu became even more reverent. Their relationship was indeed messed up just now. The price of the 3-fire true mirror still rose methodically. Very soon, the price reached the level of 20 million. This was already a very terrifying price. However, Zhuowen discovered that not only did the sounds of bidding not decrease, but there were even more. 30 million chaos gems. This 3-fire true mirror, my Crimson Summit Holy Hall wants it. Above, an extremely domineering voice came from a box, increasing the price by 10 million all at once. The originally fiery bidding immediately stopped for a moment, and after a moment of silence, it was a violent clamor. It's actually the Crimson Summit Holy Hall. This is a super major force whose strength and foundation aren't inferior to the Flood Martial Divine Sect. Even the Crimson Summit Holy Hall came. Doesn't that mean that the Flood Martial Divine Sect and 8 Gods Jean sect also came? Zhuowen sat silently in his seat. From the surrounding discussions, he also knew that the Crimson Summit Holy Hall, 8 Gods Jean sect, and Flood Martial Divine sect were the 3 strongest sects in the Central State. These 3 sects had deep foundations, vast territories, and many experts. They were the true super major forces. Zhuowen's spiritual force had already swept through all the boxes. He could confirm that the Flood Martial Divine sect definitely came. Apart from that, he also discovered that the other 2 boxes also sent God domain transformation experts. One of the boxes was this voice that claimed to be from the Crimson Summit Holy Hall. And in the other box, there was still no movement. But he knew that the people in this box should be from the 8 Gods Jean sect. Brother Gongya's appetite is a little big. This rank 4-star weapon goes to the highest bidder. Even if you increase the price by 10 million, it can't be said that this rank 4-star weapon is really sold to you. Sikong Chiyu finally spoke. His voice was very soft, but it filled the entire venue. Everyone heard it clearly. It's the great elder of the Flood Martial Divine Sect, Sikong Chiyu. The Flood Martial Divine Sect's people are indeed here. This will be a good show to watch. What I'm curious about is whether the 8 Gods Jean sect's people are here too. If they are here, then the 3 strongest sects in the Central State will be gathered together today. That would truly be a fierce battle between 2 giants. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement and strangeness. In the Crimson Summit Holy Hall's box, a middle-aged man with a cold expression slowly narrowed his eyes to a dangerous angle. The middle-aged man wasn't tall. He was thin and small, but he had a head of strange red hair. From afar, it looked like a burning flame. It was extremely extraordinary. He was the great guardian of the Crimson Summit Holy Hall, second only to the Hall Master, Gongya Bolong. Great Guardian, it seems that the Flood Martial Divine Sex people are also involved. I'm afraid that this rank 4-star weapon won't be that easy to obtain. Beside Gongya Bolong, one of his subordinates spoke in a low voice with an ugly expression. Gongya Bolong sneered and said, "I've already thought of this point. That's why I applied for the right to use so many chaos crystals before we set off. I don't know how long it has been since a rank 4-star weapon appeared in the Central State. Even our Crimson Summit Holy Hall only has 1 rank 4-star weapon. This kind of thing is too powerful. It's enough to allow a sect to gain a foothold in the Central State and strengthen the sect's foundation and power. If I'm not wrong, the 8 God Jean sect should be here too." Chapter 3840. Sikong Chiyu wasn't in a hurry. She pondered for a moment and raised the price to 35 million. 45 million! Gongya Bolong added another 10 million without any hesitation. At this moment, other than Gongya Bolong's and Sikong Chiyu's private rooms that were still bidding, the other private rooms had all quieted down and were silent. These 2 people were extremely powerful. Moreover, with the price reaching this level, it was already difficult for them to bid. Therefore, they rationally gave up. 50 million! Suddenly, another room made a bid. The voice was a pleasant female voice. Gongya Bolong and Sikong Chiyu both paused for a moment, then looked towards that private room. They were very familiar with this clear and pleasant female voice. "Haha, I didn't expect Junior Sister Yin to come too. What a coincidence! The Flood Martial Divine Sect, 8 Gods Jean Sect, and Crimson Peak Sacred Hall are all here." Gongya Bolong said coldly. Everyone recognized the owner of this female voice. It was the 8 Gods Jean Sect's Vice Sect Master, Yun Kanglin. She was a very capable and powerful female cultivator. Yes, Senior Brother Gongya, Senior Brother Sikong, Junior sister Yin is just a weak woman. I hope the two of you can take pity on her. Don't compete with me, okay? Yun Kanglin's voice became soft and boneless. It was bone-numbing. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would immediately fall to the ground after hearing this voice. They would decisively agree to the owner of this voice. Unfortunately, Gongya Bolong and Sikong Chiu weren't ordinary people. They were expressionless and didn't speak any more nonsense. Instead, they continued to bid, indicating their attitude. When the price rose to 60 million, the entire venue was silent. Zhuowen was secretly speechless. He couldn't help but admire the wealth of these 3 sections, 60 million chaos gems. Even with his many years of accumulation, he couldn't take out 60 million chaos gems. 80 million chaos gems. Gongya Belong's voice was cold as he shouted an extremely high price. Sikong Chiu and Yun Kanglin immediately fell silent. However, this silence didn't last long. Sikong Chiu raised the price to 90 million. Yun Kanglin was even more ruthless. She directly bid 100 million chaos gems. This was already an extremely terrifying price. 100 million chaos crystals. Even super forces like the Scarlet Summit Temple, 8 gods Zhanzong and Hong Martial Divine Sect would suffer loss if they were to take out so many chaos crystals at once. That bitch Yun Kanglin. How dare she bid such a high price? Gongya Bolong stood in the private room with an ugly expression. Even though he had made sufficient preparations, he still could not take out that many chaos crystal stones. That was 100 million chaos gems. It was a price he had never thought of. Sikong Chiu's brows furrowed slightly. His hands behind his back were placed in front of him and tightly crossed together. Grand Elder, we don't have that many chaos crystals at the moment. The 2 elders standing behind Sikong Chiu were pale as they hurriedly spoke. How could Sikong Chiu not know that the number of primal chaos crystals he had brought this time was only about 97 million? He really couldn't compete with the price Yun Kanglin had quoted. It seems that this rank 4 astral weapon in the auction is destined to have no fate with me. Sikong Chiu relaxed his hands and sat down, no longer continuing to bid. Grand Elder, that may not be the case. Lord Sect Master has already prepared the second plan. This plan is to prevent such a thing from happening. A thin and tall elder came up and said. Sikong Chiu's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of disgust. He said indifferently, Sect Master has already told me about the second plan. If that time really comes, then we will implement the second plan. When the 2 elders saw Sikong Chiu agree, they both revealed looks of wild elation. On the central platform, the smile on Yu Sha's face was exceptionally brilliant. Before the auction house had already estimated that if this 3-fire true mirror could be auctioned for more than 60 million, it would already be a sky-high price. But now, the price had actually reached the level of 100 million. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. This is a rank 4 astral weapon. This is extremely rare in the central continent. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have this opportunity again. Does anyone still want to continue bidding? Yu Sha raised her voice, but she couldn't conceal the excitement in her voice. She was still urging others to continue bidding. A pair of watery eyes stared closely at Sikong Chiu and Gongya Belong's box. But what made her disappointed was that these 2 boxes had sunk into a long silence, without a single word being spoken. If no one bids, then this 3-fire true mirror will belong to the esteemed guest in the Skybox 3. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully obtaining this unique rank 4 astral weapon. Yu Sha heavily slammed the auction mallet. Inside the Skybox 3, Yun Kanglin's fair face revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yun Kanglin was a classical beauty. She was dressed in silk and satin, giving off an aloof feeling like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Senior Yin, This 3-fire true mirror is a rank 4 astral weapon after all. Although we have successfully obtained it, I'm afraid that many people will be eyeing it covetously. Behind Yun Kanglin stood a young maid who reminded her rather worriedly. Yun Kanglin's gaze was calm as she said, "Don't worry, Sect Master has already made arrangements for this matter. She will personally come to receive me. Even if Sikong Chiu and Gongya Bolong join forces, they might not be able to keep me from receiving Sect Master personally." The young maid nodded. With Sect Master personally making a move, this 3-fire true mirror would truly be foolproof. Not long after Yun Kanglin finished speaking, there was a knock on the box door. The maid opened the door. Outside the door was a man completely wrapped in black cloth. He held a tray with both hands, and on the tray was the 3-fire true mirror. "Esteemed guest, this is the 3-fire true mirror. I wonder if you have prepared 100 million chaos crystals?" The man asked calmly. Yun Kanglin's divine sense landed on the 3-fire true mirror and carefully examined it. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with it, she took out a spirit ring and threw it to the man. "There are exactly 100 million chaos crystals inside. You can count them yourself." Yun Kanglin said indifferently. The man took the spirit ring, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he handed the tray to Yun Kanglin. "Esteemed guest, this 3-fire true mirror is of great importance. It's best if you don't leave through the front door. That would be too conspicuous. Our World Auction House has a secret passage that leads directly to a mountain range thousands of miles away. If esteemed guest is willing, we can arrange for you to enter that secret passage." After the man put away the spirit ring, he looked at Yun Kanglin and said. Yun Kanglin thought for a moment and nodded. "Since your World Auction House has a secret passage, then I will follow you into the secret passage and leave this place first." Although Yun Kanglin knew that the sect master of the 8-God Zhan sect would personally receive her, the location of the reception was not near the World Auction House. Chapter 3841. Zhuowen frowned. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found an underground secret passage in the box Yun Kanglin was in. Then Yun Kanglin and her maid were led into the depths of the secret passage by the man from the World Auction House. In addition, Zhuowen also discovered that the same secret passageway had appeared in the other private rooms. Apart from Yun Kanglin, the other cultivators in the boxes did not seem to find this strange. They were not in a hurry to enter the secret passage. Instead, after Yun Kanglin had entered the secret passage for some time, they entered the secret passage one after another. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He understood the details in his heart and secretly shook his head. He did not have a good impression of the World Auction House at all. Just as Zhuowen's divine sense was paying attention to the movements of the cultivators in the boxes above, a tyrannical divine sense landed on Zhuowen without any concealment. Moreover, this divine sense landed on Zhuowen in a very domineering manner. A terrifying pressure was released, as if it was targeting Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He recognized the owner of this divine sense. Wasn't it Reverend Flaming Flame? Previously at the auction, he and Reverend Flaming Flame had bid for the geographical map of the Hushu domain. In the end, Reverend Flaming Flame had lost the bid and publicly threatened him. Now that the auction was over, this old man could not hold back anymore. Killing intent rose in Zhuowen's heart, but his face was extremely pale and his body was trembling. He then stood up and hurriedly left the World Auction House. Zhuowen's actions naturally fell into the eyes of the many rogue cultivators in the ordinary seats. They could not help but shake their heads. They knew that this person had been completely targeted by Reverend Flaming Flame and would not live for long. "Reverend, don't you plan to snatch the 3-fire true mirror? You've paid a hefty price to get this spot." In the box where Reverend Flaming Flame was, his subordinate saw him stand up and was about to leave the box and could not help but ask, "Humph, It won't be too late to come back after I get rid of this ant. You should know that there are too many experts here this time. The chances of me getting the 3-fire true mirror are not high. Why don't I use this time to snatch the map of the Hushu domain? That thing is more useful to me now. Reverend Flaming Flame said as he walked out of the box and out of the World Auction House. His subordinate followed closely behind. After Zhou walked out of the World Auction House, Reverend Flaming Flame had left the box and directly chased after him. He Yu Yang's place Reverend Flaming Flame was immediately. There was no one. It was a good place. Want to escape? It's not that. Seeing Zhou Wen's fleeing figure, Adept Flamewing sneered and chased after him. Reverend Flaming Flames. Flaming Flame, S Flaming Flame. Flaming Flame and his Lord Flaming, Lord's Flame. Flaming Flame, God's his flame. Flaming, run. Used to escape's Tita Reverend Flamewing's voice was filled with arrogance and brutality as he slowly walked toward Zhou. His face was filled with complacency, as if this person was already a turtle in a jar. Escape? Do you think I need to run when dealing with trash like you? Zhou shook his head and took out his half-moon god spear. Then, with a stomp of his right foot, he charged toward Flamewing. Good, you've got guts. You clearly know that this seat's strength is stronger than yours. Yet you still dare to provoke me. Today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Adept Flamewing was furious. Zhou answer had left him in a bad mood, and the consequences would be severe. Streams of true fire erupted from Reverend Flamewing's body, transforming into lifelike fire dragons that instantly surrounded Zhou. Hee, you're just a mere void god transformation stage cultivator. You're nothing in front of me. Reverend Flamewing sneered. It had to be said that Adept Flamewing's cultivation was indeed quite good. He was roughly at the early yin-yang transformation stage, which was 2 major realms higher than Zhou. However, Zhou was not afraid at all. After he had advanced to the empty god rank, 9 empty gods had been born. Back then, he had killed a 5 elements transformation stage expert with a single punch. In his opinion, he didn't need to borrow the power of an astral weapon to reach the yin-yang transformation stage. However, Zhou did not immediately reveal his full strength. Instead, he summoned a void god with his half-moon god spear and barely managed to block the surrounding fire dragons. He was waiting for Reverend Flamewing to reveal an opening. As expected, the disdain in Reverend Flamewing's eyes deepened when he saw that Zhou was barely resisting. An ant will always be an ant. If this seat wasn't in a hurry, I'd slowly torture you to death. You're quite lucky, so I'll give you a quick death. With that, Reverend Flamewing took a step forward and entered the domain of fire dragons. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and casually punched toward Zhou's chest. In his opinion, Zhou was barely able to resist the surrounding fire dragons. There was simply no way he could resist his fist. In Reverend Flamewing's view, Zhou's death was certain. But soon his expression changed. The moment he punched out, he saw a mocking smile appear on Zhou's face. Then he saw Zhou, who had been running for his life, escape the fire dragon's encirclement nimbly like a fish and easily dodge Reverend Flamewing's fist. Under Reverend Flamewing's astonished gaze, Zhou summoned 9 void gods in an instant. His aura skyrocketed by hundreds and thousands of times. The 9 virtual gods sat in rows in the surroundings, suppressing all the fire dragons in the surroundings. Zhou's aura skyrocketed to the extreme. In that instant, he attacked. The moment Reverend Flamewing's fist punched out, Zhou saw that Reverend Flamewing's attack was full of openings. Die. Zhou's fist smashed into Reverend Flamewing's forehead. Vast amounts of grand mist god force poured into Reverend Flamewing's head and then exploded. Reverend Flamewing didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded, and his soul was completely annihilated. Zhuowen very deftly put away Reverend Flamewing's spirit ring. The exchange between Zhuowen and Reverend Flamewing was too short. It was over in the blink of an eye. The servant, who had been watching the battle from outside the valley, didn't even have time to react before he saw Zhuowen kill Reverend Flamewing. This can't be. Reverend Flamewing, he's dead? The servant's face was full of fear. Then he realized the danger he was in and fled out of the valley without a second thought. How could Zhuowen give him the chance? He threw the divine half-moon spear in his hand. The half-moon god fire spear spewed out a terrifying flame. It flashed through the air and turned into a long streak of flame. Finally, it pierced through the servant's back and nailed him to the rock wall. The servant screamed as the divine fire of the divine half-moon spear ignited him and burned him to ashes. Zhuowen put away the divine half-moon spear and sighed inwardly. Chapter 3842. It seems that my current strength is only slightly stronger than an early-stage yin-yang transformation expert. Zhuowen glanced at the corpse of Reverend Flaming Flame lying on the ground in the valley. He shot out a stream of divine fire and burned the corpse to ashes. Although he had almost instantly killed Reverend Flaming Flame, all of this was based on the fact that Reverend Flaming Flame had underestimated him. After all, Reverend Flaming Flame had regarded him as an early-stage void god transformation ant. Otherwise, Zhuowen would not have been able to pick up such a big bargain. If Reverend Flaming Flame had fought Zhuowen fair and square, Zhuowen would have won, but he would have to pay a certain price. Moreover, he might not have been able to kill Reverend Flaming Flame. Is this a fire god stone? Zhuowen broke the restriction on Reverend Flaming Flame's spirit ring and probed it with his divine sense. He was immediately attracted by a stone with raging flames on its surface. He recognized that this stone was a rare refining material, the fire god stone. This was a heaven-breaking level 6 material, one of the main materials for refining heaven-breaking level 6 divine tools. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. With this fire god stone, he only needed to find a powerful refiner to upgrade the half-moon god flame spear to a heaven-breaking level 6 divine tool. In addition to the fire god stone, there were also many chaos crystals, divine pills, talismans, and so on. Speaking of which, Reverend Flaming Flame's wealth was indeed considerable. After Zhuowen put away the many resources in the spirit ring, his facial muscles began to change, transforming into Reverend Flaming Flame's appearance. His aura was also simulated by grand mist energy, becoming exactly the same as Reverend Flaming Flame's. After doing all this, Zhuowen left the valley and returned to the World Auction House. Look, it's Reverend Flaming Flame. It seems that the rogue cultivator was most likely killed. Otherwise, Reverend Flaming Flame would not have returned so quickly. Isn't that obvious? What cultivation level is that rogue cultivator? He's only in the void god transformation, while Reverend Flaming Flame is a yin-yang transformation expert. The two are not on the same level. How could that rogue cultivator escape from Reverend Flaming Flame's pursuit? Zhuowen's return to the World Auction House immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. After the auction ended, these cultivators basically waited outside the auction house. They were all waiting for Yun Kanglin to appear, hoping to find an opportunity to snatch the rank for Astral Soldier. Zhuowen shook his head inwardly. It seemed like these rogue cultivators had waited in vain. Yun Kanglin had long left the auction house through the secret passage. The experts in the private rooms had also left one after another. These guys were still waiting here. Wasn't it a waste of time? Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to these unaffiliated cultivators. Instead, he entered the World Auction House once more. Following his memories, he walked toward the box where the flaming sage was. Adept Flamewing, I've been waiting here for a long time. At the door of the box, a man wrapped in black cloth stood silently facing Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Is the secret passage ready?" "It's ready. The other lords have already entered the secret passage. You're the only one left, the man said calmly. Zhuowen nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked straight into the private room. On the ground in the middle of the box, there was indeed a secret passage. It was dark and led to an unknown place. Zhuowen didn't hesitate and stepped into the depths of the secret passage. The secret passage was very deep and dark. The moment Zhuowen entered the secret passage, he frowned. Logically speaking, in this pitch-black environment, it should be the most suitable place for evil spirits to live. When he entered the secret passage of the Hong sect, he encountered many evil spirits in the dark environment. However, after entering the secret passage, he didn't encounter any evil spirits. Could it be that the World Auction House had wiped out all the evil spirits? Just in case, Zhuowen took out the light source on his body and quickly rushed into the depths of the secret passage. Not long after Zhuowen entered the secret passageway, the entrance to the secret passageway was sealed again. An evil glint flashed in the eyes of the man wrapped in black cloth. President, are you sure you want to do this? This includes most of the major forces in the central state. Yu Sha had unknowingly walked to the man's side. Her charming eyes were filled with worry and fear. If it was in the past, I might not have taken such drastic measures. But ever since Evil King Salado of Evil King Island was captured, I've become more and more uneasy. We've been lurking for so long, and our actions have been extremely secretive. Although the Exorcist family hasn't noticed us, the capture of Evil King Salado is a dangerous signal. The descendants of the Exorcist family have already begun to notice the central state. Before the descendants of the Exorcist family react, I must break through my shackles as soon as possible. The man's voice was low and magnetic. His entire body was wrapped in black cloth, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes. Hearing this, Yusha nodded. What the man said was right. After Salado was captured, they were indeed shocked, which was why they took action in advance. A rank 4-star weapon, like the 3-fire true mirror, was a treasure that their president had accidentally obtained. This time, in order to attract most of the experts in the central state, they had really bled a lot. Let's go. Let's go to the 100 Tempering Valley and wait for a good show. The man laughed sinisterly and left the private room with Yu Sha. Looks like the exit of the secret passage is in front. Zhuowen quickly shuttled through the secret passage and soon discovered a bronze gate in front. He opened the gate and jumped out of the secret passage. This is when Zhuowen landed outside the secret passage, he was immediately shocked, because he discovered that outside the secret passage it was still pitch black. Moreover, this kind of pitch black was very familiar to Zhuowen. It was somewhat similar to the darkness of Evil King Island. Zhuowen secretly used the overwhelming righteous energy in his eyes. Instantly, his vision became much clearer. During this period of time, his heaven and earth overwhelming sutra had been improving. After using the overwhelming righteous energy, his vision expanded from nearly 100 meters to nearly 1,000 meters. He discovered that his surroundings were empty. Not far away, there were even mountains standing tall. He knew that he should be in a valley. However, what he couldn't understand was why this valley was dark. Logically speaking, it was still daytime. Apart from the darkness, what Zhuowen was even more puzzled was that there were actually no evil spirits around him. Other than Zhuowen, he also discovered that there were many light sources around him. If one looked carefully, they were actually all experts in the World Auction House's private room. They were all sitting at their respective light sources and did not make a move. Instead, they silently observed their surroundings. Chapter 3843. After observing for a while, Zhuowen quickly discovered Yun Kanglin. At this moment, Yun Kanglin and her maid were standing not far from the center of the valley. Beside them was a thick and solid stone pillar that emitted a bright light. Around Yun Kanglin, there were 2 sources of light that were the brightest, one in front and one behind, blocking Yun Kanglin's path. Zhuowen noticed that the owners of these two sources of light were Crimson Summit Temple's Gongya Bolong and Flood Martial Divine Sect's Sikong Chiu. These two blocked Yun Kanglin's path, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they looked at their surroundings with a serious expression. Of course, they didn't cultivate the exorcism scripture, so their eyes and divine intent couldn't extend too long in the darkness. They could only see where the source of light shone. In this kind of darkness, even if Sikong Chiyu, Gongya Bolong, and Yun Kanglin were God domain transformation experts, they were blind. They didn't know where to go, let alone what kind of terrain they were in. Senior Brother Gongya, Senior Brother Sikong. This valley is very strange. I think we've all been tricked by the World Auction House. Yun Kanglin's expression was calm. She looked at Sikong Chiyu and Gongya Bolong and slowly said, Sikong Chiyu said with a smile, Junior Sister Yin, we don't need you to remind us. We can see it too. How about this? You give me that rank for astral soldier, and we'll work together to leave this damned place. Gongya Bolong looked coldly at Sikong Chiyu and said, Sikong Chiyu, you're dreaming. Give you the rank for astral soldier? You must be dreaming. Yun Kanglin said in a deep voice, Senior brothers, I think now isn't the time for us to fight over the rank for astral soldier. Now that we're trapped, we should work together and leave this place first. As for the rank for astral soldier, you can fight over it after we get out. Yun Kanglin will accept it. Yun Kanglin said in a deep voice. Junior sister, Yun is right. The situation here is unclear. It's not the time for us to have internal strife. Gongya Bolong agreed. Sikong Chiu shrugged and didn't object, and she suggested instead, I suggest that we gather all the cultivators here before splitting up and exploring this place. Logically speaking, this place is so dark that it should be filled with evil spirits. But now, it's so quiet that it's scary. Nothing has happened. I feel a little uneasy. I should leave this place as soon as possible. When she spoke up to hear, Sikong Chiyu's brows knit together tightly, and she faintly felt uneasy in her heart. Yun Kanglin and Gongya Bolong nodded in agreement. They also felt that something was wrong with this place, as if some kind of danger was approaching at any moment. Next, the three of them gathered all the cultivators in the area. You must be Reverend Flamewing. Everyone should be here by now. Sikong Chiyu looked at the approaching Zhuowen and waved her hand. Zhuowen nodded and stood in the middle of the group. Sikong Chiyu's trio's efficiency wasn't slow. They gathered everyone in half an incense stick's worth of time. Everyone, we might have fallen into a trap set by the World Auction House. This place is too strange, and we can't even see our own fingers. It's extremely disadvantageous for us. Now that everyone is trapped, we should work together to escape first. I believe that everyone should have no objections. Sikong Chiyu's voice was very gentle, but it carried an unquestionable meaning. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Although they had followed for the rank for astral soldier, they were all opportunists. They had come to take advantage of the situation. They planned to wait for Sikong Chiyu, Gongya Bolong, and Yun Kanglin to fight until both sides were injured before they made their move. If they truly faced Sikong Chiyu's trio head-on, they truly didn't have the guts or courage. Now that Sikong Chiyu had proposed cooperation in front of them, how could they have the courage to refuse? If by any chance they refused, Sikong Chiyu's trio would probably immediately attack them. That would certainly be disastrous. Next, Sikong Chiyu arranged for everyone to bring their own light sources and explore the surroundings. If they could find a way out, they would immediately use their communication jade talismans to inform everyone. Zhua, when blended into the crowd and pretended to check out the surroundings. Actually, before Sikong Chiyu had gathered him, he had already used his overwhelming vital energy to thoroughly investigate the surrounding environment. This place was indeed a valley, but it didn't have any exit. And above the valley, there was a strange pitch-black energy condensed like a dark cloud. This pitch-black energy was the power of a demonic spirit. Moreover, It was some kind of domain created by an extremely powerful demonic spirit. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek resounded in the sky. Zhuowen raised his head and saw a peak 5 elements transformation expert attempting to ascend to the sky to look for an exit. But just as he arrived not far from that pitch-black energy, countless pitch-black energy transformed into sharp thorns and thoroughly pierced through this person. This person's miserable shriek didn't last for long before he was torn to pieces by this strange energy. At this moment, all the cultivators raised their heads to look at the sky, but all they could see was darkness, and all they could hear was a scream. Only Zhuowen saw this scene from beginning to end. Everyone, pay attention. The sky is not safe. Don't fly up casually. Although Sikong Chiyu couldn't see what exactly happened, she could guess from that cultivator's miserable shriek that the sky was definitely not a good place. Not long after, everyone gathered at the central location again. Their complexions were very unsightly because they didn't find any exit at all. They only knew that this was a valley without an exit. This is simply a cage. Someone deliberately trapped us here. Someone said with a pale face, "What is the World Auction House doing? Why did they deliberately lead us here? Aren't they afraid of provoking public anger?" Someone said indignantly. Just when everyone was panicking and feeling helpless, a mocking chuckle suddenly came from above the valley. "Everyone, welcome to my Prado's furnace." A sharp voice came from above and echoed in the valley. "Prado? What the hell are you?" Gongya Bolong frowned and shouted angrily, "Brother Gongya, you don't recognize my voice so quickly? Prado is my original name, and my name in the world of cultivators is Cho Wan." That voice sneered. "What? Cho Wan? The president of the World Auction House. Cho Wan." Gongya Bolong said in shock. "Cho Wan, what do you mean? You also know our background, right? You trapped all of us here. Aren't you afraid that the forces behind us will unite and destroy your World Auction House?" Yun Kanglin shouted coldly. Cho Wan laughed and said, "From today onwards, there is no more Cho Wan in this world. There is only Prado, Evil Charm Prado." Chapter 3844. The president of the World Auction House, Cho Wan, was actually an evil spirit? In their impression, didn't evil spirits only exist in the darkness? If Cho Wan was an evil spirit, how did he come out to meet people during the day? According to what they said, Cho Wan, as the president, had appeared in public many times and even chatted with some experts who were on good terms with him. Zhuowen was also quite puzzled. He could feel that Prado's strength might be stronger than evil King Salado, but not by much. But even evil King Salado, as an evil spirit, only dared to live in Evil King Island and didn't dare to show his face in public during the day. And this Prado not only disguised as the president of the World Auction House, but also didn't fear the day. Was this possible? Prado didn't explain. He had a secret technique that could turn himself into a soul state and then, like a parasite, invade a cultivator's soul and destroy it, and he would replace it. With the protection of the cultivator's shell, Prado could move even during the day, but the restrictions were greater. "Everyone, the feast that I, Prado, have prepared for you is about to begin." Prado's malevolent voice slowly sounded, and then the whole valley was filled with horrifying wails and howls. When everyone heard it, their faces slightly changed. They weren't unfamiliar with this sound. It was the howls of evil spirits. They finally knew why there wasn't even a shadow of an evil spirit in this dark valley at the beginning. It turned out that all of this was Prado's arrangement. In the center of the valley, the cultivators gathered together. Their light sources were also gathered together, emitting extremely bright light. "Everyone, gather together and don't leave the light source. No matter how strong the evil spirit is, it's still afraid of the light source." Sikong Chiyu calmly said. Beside Sikong Chiyu stood Yun Kanglin and Gongya Bolong. 3 God domain transformation initial stage powerhouses gathered here, and the surrounding cultivators who were originally panicking calmed down. "It's useless. I've already considered everything when I arranged this valley. Your light source won't last long. Prado's complacent voice sounded, and then the cultivators gathered in the center keenly discovered that the range of the light source was shrinking, and the darkness was closing in step by step. How is this possible? The light source is actually being eroded? Some cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. Sikong Chiyu, Gongya Bolong, and Yun Kanglin's faces turned ugly. They were also shocked by how powerful the darkness in the valley was. It could actually erode the light source. At this speed, the light source would soon be completely covered by darkness. Zhuowen didn't look too good. He cultivated both the nature energy and the growth of all things at the same time. Therefore, his eyes were able to see everything clearly in the darkness. At this moment, the originally empty valley was filled with ferocious and terrifying evil spirits. The reason why his expression was ugly was because some of the evil spirits in the valley were actually soldier-level evil spirits. Although the soldier-level evil charm was of a lower level than the fighter-level evil charm, it was superior to the most common near-level evil charm. Back then, when he was in the strange canyon on Evil King Island, the huge evil spirit he encountered was a soldier-level evil spirit. At that time, Zhuowen was not a match for the soldier-level evil spirit at all. But now, Zhuowen had cultivated the growth of all things. Moreover, his righteous energy had fused with the grand mist aura and shattered God Force to form an even higher level of power. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was confident that he could defeat the soldier-level evil spirit. On the other hand, Zhuowen did not have any confidence in defeating the fighter-level evil spirit. Without a doubt, Prado was definitely a fighter-level evil spirit. Zhuowen was naturally not a match for him. However, Zhuowen did not intend to fight Prado head-on. He had been observing the valley. He knew that in this world, there was nothing that could be kept secret. No matter how tightly this valley was set up, there would definitely be loopholes. As long as he could find that loophole, then with the exorcism energy he cultivated, he would be able to escape smoothly. HM? It's there. Soon, Zhuowen used the growth of all things to find the weak spot in the valley's darkness. However, the weak spot was in the darkness directly above, and that was where Prado was. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. He knew that with Prado guarding there, he had no chance to leave now. He could only wait now. Sikong Chiyu, Gongya Bolong, and Yun Kanglin, these three god domain transformation powerhouses, were too powerful. Even the soldier-level evil spirit would find it difficult to break through their joint forces. Prado would definitely make a move in the end. The speed of the darkness was extremely fast. In just half an incense stick's time, the light source had become extremely weak. There were already cultivators shrouded in the darkness. Suddenly, countless evil spirits rushed over and began to madly attack those cultivators who had entered the darkness. And those cultivators who had entered the darkness roared and began to take out their divine tools and bombarded them in all directions. It should be known that those who could enter the valley were all illustrious experts in the central state. Their cultivation was at least at the yin-yang transformation realm. Although they did not cultivate the exorcism energy and could not see the specific location of the evil spirits in the darkness, their shattering power was still very strong. Even if they could not use their eyes and divine sense, their five senses were very strong. They could fight by grasping wind and grasping shadows. Everyone, our only way out now is to kill Prado. As long as we kill Prado, we can get out alive. Everyone, please cover the three of us. We will directly attack Prado. Victory or defeat will depend on this move. Sikong Chiyu suddenly shouted. Her voice was like thunder, spreading throughout the entire valley. Elder Sikong is right. We must kill Prado. We are willing to help you. Many cultivators in the surroundings echoed. They also knew that this was the only way now. At this time, if they did not work together, then they would really be digging their own grave. Zhuowen mixed in with the cultivators and echoed. His eyes became brighter and brighter. As long as Prado left that weak spot, then he would have a chance to leave this valley. Fight! Sikong Chiyu shouted. Many cultivators rushed out one after another toward Prado, who was in the sky. Ao, ao, ao! Countless evil spirits, like a black gale, blocked in front of these cultivators. However, these cultivators were also not afraid of death. Although they could not see the evil spirits, their ears could hear the movement of the evil spirits and determine their location. Although the number of evil spirits blocking in front of Prado was large, the number of cultivators was also not small. Moreover, all of them were experts. They actually managed to open a bloody path for Sikong Chiyu and the other two. Zhuowen silently followed the crowd of cultivators. He pretended to fight the evil spirits around him, but his eyes were closely watching the movements of Sikong Chiyu, Gongye Bolong, and Yun Kanglin. Sikong Chiyu and the other two followed the bloody path opened by the cultivators and rushed straight to the highest point of the valley. Although they could not see the specific scene in the darkness, they could feel Prado's aura. Attack! Chapter 38:45. Prado watched coldly from the sidelines. He didn't panic when he saw Sikong Chiyu, Gongye Bolong, and Yun Kanglin joining forces to attack him. Humph! So what if the three of you join forces in this valley? You're still no match for me, Prado said as he took a step forward and punched out. Instantly, the surrounding darkness formed a powerful black vortex that swept towards Sikong Chiyu and the other two. The trio's complexion slightly changed. Their domains violently trembled under the bombardment of the black vortex. Then, the three of them retreated. Zhuowen's eyes turned solemn. The trio's divine domains were very powerful, but Prado was able to repel them with a single punch. This clearly showed how terrifying Prado was. The three of you don't hold back. We're in Prado's domain now. We must go all out. Otherwise, let alone killing Prado, the three of us may be killed. Sikong Chiyu furiously shouted. The shattered divine power in his body circulated at high speed. His divine domain became more and more powerful. He even took out his natal divine artifact. Gongye Bolong and Yun Kanglin knew that they were no match for Prado if they didn't go all out. So they no longer held back. Boom! 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 Sikong Chiyu and the other two collided with Prado again. Terrifying energy ripples swept out and tore the surrounding evil spirits into pieces. As for the nearby cultivators, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly scattered in all directions, trying to avoid the terrifying energy ripples that were sweeping towards them. However, there were still some unlucky cultivators who couldn't dodge in time and were seriously injured by the energy ripples. They fell to the ground and were besieged by many evil spirits. They let out mournful screams. Prado's complexion slightly changed. Sikong Chiyu and the other two's all-out attack actually caused him a lot of trouble. The battle between the four became more and more intense. The terrifying aftermath of the battle almost filled the entire valley. The other cultivators who were fighting with the evil spirit in the valley stopped what they were doing and retreated to the edge of the valley when they felt the terrifying shockwaves. Although they couldn't see the specific situation of the battle, they could feel how terrifying the battle in the central sky was. They didn't dare to rashly approach it. As for the evil spirits in the valley, they hid in the darkness and shivered after Prado attacked. Zhuowen stood at the edge of the valley and silently watched the battle in the central sky. This Prado is so strong. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with dread. He saw that Prado had single-handedly taken on Sikong Chiyu, Gongye Bolong, and Yun Kanglin, 3 God domain experts. Not only had he not fallen into a disadvantageous position, he had even gained the upper hand. Looks like Sikong Chiyu and the other two are going to be defeated. Zhuowen thought to himself. This Prado was much stronger than the evil king Salado. He was probably an evil spirit at the peak of the fighting level. He was not far from the warrior level. Bang! Prado shouted and punched out. All the dark energy in the valley gathered on his fist. Sikong Chiyu and the other two's expressions changed. Under the terrifying fist aura, they vomited blood and were sent flying. They had suffered heavy injuries. Sikong Chiyu, Gongya Bolong, and Yun Kanglin all retreated. A ferocious smile appeared on Prado's face. He immediately locked onto Yun Kanglin and took a step forward. Darkness engulfed him. Yun Kanglin, the Three Fires' true mirror has been my treasure for many years. I will leave it with you for safekeeping for the time being. Hand it over now. Before the people from Prado arrived, a cold voice was heard. Yun Kanglin's expression changed. She forcibly suppressed the injuries in her body and used her agility technique to retreat. Prado, I will give you the Three Fires' true mirror. Can you let me go? Yun Kanglin's agility technique was extremely fast. She drifted with the wind like a ghost. She said to Prado while retreating. She had realized that Prado had the advantage of time and place. She had no chance of winning if she were to fight with Prado in this valley. Even Sikong Chiyu and Gongya Bolong were repelled by Prado. She knew very well that she had to hand over the Three Fires' true mirror if she wanted to live. Prado grinned and said, Yun Kanglin, you won't live for long. When you die, won't the Three Fires' true mirror be mine? I want the Three Fires' true mirror. I also want your life. Prado roared. His speed suddenly increased. He shuttled back and forth in the darkness. It was almost impossible to catch sight of his figure. Yun Kanglin's expression changed greatly. Although she couldn't see Prado, her divine sense could clearly sense that Prado's speed was increasing. Moreover, he was quickly approaching her. An intense sense of danger quickly crept into Yun Kanglin's heart. Yun Kanglin shouted, "Oh no!" as a horrifying astral wind swept out from behind her. It was a huge and dark fist. Yun Kanglin's reaction wasn't slow. She immediately turned around and blocked with the divine sword in her hand. Crack! The terrifying fist aura exploded. The divine sword in Yun Kanglin's hand exploded. Yun Kanglin screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell down like a withered leaf. Prado grinned hideously. He took a step forward and appeared above Yun Kanglin, who was still falling down. Die, Yun Kanglin! Prado stomped his right foot and stomped on Yun Kanglin's chest. Yun Kanglin spat out a mouthful of blood. She was then stomped to the ground by Prado. The entire valley violently trembled a few times. Sikong Chiyu and Gongya Bolong's expressions changed greatly. They could barely sense Yun Kanglin's aura. Could it be that Yun Kanglin was killed by Prado's attack? Thinking of this, Sikong Chiyu and Gongya Bolong's expressions turned ugly. Even when the three of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage against Prado. Now that Yun Kanglin had fallen, the two of them were even less likely to be Prado's match. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. In his field of vision, Yun Kanglin wasn't dead. However, she wasn't far from death. She was almost at her last breath. Zhuowen realized that Prado wasn't paying attention to him. Therefore, Zhuowen slowly walked over and gradually approached Prado and Yun Kanglin. Prado, don't kill me. I'll give you the Three Fire true mirror right away. Yun Kanglin's eyes were filled with fear. She quickly begged for mercy, for her to cultivate to the God domain transformation. It was unknown how many trials and tribulations she had experienced before finally reaching this stage. She wasn't willing to die like this. She didn't want to waste all her years of cultivation. That will depend on your performance. Prado grinned and stood in front of Yun Kanglin. He looked down at Yun Kanglin, who was lying on the ground and was almost at her last breath. Yun Kanglin's delicate body trembled. She took out a spiritual ring with trembling hands. She slowly raised her right hand, and a fawning smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Prado smiled coldly. When he reached out his hand to take the spiritual ring, a figure was faster than him. Before he could grab the spiritual ring, the figure grabbed the spiritual ring and quickly rushed towards the center of the sky. Prado was stunned. He looked at Yun Kanglin's empty hand. Then he let out an earth-shattering roar and quickly chased after the figure. At the same time, Prado was bewildered. In this dark valley, cultivators couldn't use their divine sense and eyes. Normally, cultivators would not be able to see Yun Kanglin handing over the spiritual ring to him. Prado had this mentality. Therefore, he didn't take any precautions against the cultivators nearby. In his mind, these cultivators were like blind people in the valley. However, at this moment, he was really shocked. This person had grasped the timing and speed of his attack very accurately. Chapter 3846. After Yun Kanglin was defeated, he knew that Prado would definitely take her spiritual ring. He had been waiting for this moment. The result did not disappoint him. He successfully took Yun Kanglin's spiritual ring. Human, this is unforgivable. How dare you steal from me? You must be tired of living. Prado roared. His roar echoed throughout the valley. All the cultivators in the valley were stunned. Their hearts were filled with questions. They had no idea what was going on. When Zhuowen reached the weak spot, Prado had already caught up with him. A terrifying fist aura enveloped him and blasted toward his back. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He suddenly turned around and clenched his right hand into a fist. He exerted all his strength, and a vast amount of Hongmeng divine power poured out. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhuowen's right arm was bent. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Prado's body swayed, and he stopped in his tracks. He looked at Zhuowen, who had fallen to the ground in shock. In the moment when they exchanged blows, he could clearly feel that the energy that surged out of this human cultivator's body was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than the ordinary broken divine power. Moreover, he could even feel the aura of righteousness in that energy. It was because of this energy that this human cultivator could barely block his attack with his empty god transformation stage cultivation. With his strength, he could easily crush a yin-yang transformation stage cultivator with a finger. However, this empty god transformation stage cultivator was only severely injured and managed to survive. This was definitely a freak. Zhuowen coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he struggled to get up. The corner of his mouth was filled with bitterness. Prado's strength was indeed terrifying. With his current cultivation, it was too difficult for him to fight with such an expert. Die. After Prado recovered from his initial shock, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. He took a step forward and charged toward Zhuowen like a comet. This attack was extremely terrifying. If Zhuowen was hit by it, he would definitely die. Sect leader, it's time for you to show off. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He did not hesitate to release the slovenly cultivator. As soon as the slovenly cultivator came out, his eyes fell on Prado, who was charging toward him. Zhuowen had already explained everything about this valley to him earlier. This evil spirit is not bad. He's even stronger than Salado. The slovenly Taoist priest chuckled and stood on the spot lazily. He did not take Prado seriously at all. The killing intent in Prado's eyes became even stronger. Although he did not know why Zhuowen had summoned a person, and his eyes make no difference. Soon, Prado realized that something was wrong. This was because after the slovenly Taoist appeared, a blazing golden light surged out from his body. This golden light was too dazzling, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It actually penetrated the darkness of the entire valley. This is righteousness. Are you from the exorcist family? Prado cried out in fear. His momentum of rushing down immediately froze. The slovenly cultivator grinned. He did not give Prado any time to think. He took a step forward, and his body was enveloped by righteousness. He charged forward like a god. Little guy, it's your bad luck to meet me. The slovenly cultivator laughed. The moment he arrived in front of Prado, he punched with his right fist. Rays of light shot out in all directions. Prado shouted. He knew that it was too late to retreat. He could only counter with a punch. Pitter-patter. Continuous sounds rang out, and then Prado's right hand was torn apart by the overwhelming righteousness, while he fell to the ground in a sorry state. The slovenly cultivator snorted and pressed his right hand down. Endless righteousness condensed into a golden mountain and pressed down on Prado's body. Prado screamed in pain. Next, the slovenly cultivator repeated the same thing. He used righteousness to refine Prado. Prado screamed as he was being refined. Finally, the tall Prado shrunk to the size of a palm. He looked like a mini. The slovenly cultivator retracted his righteousness and grabbed Prado. He threw him to Joan and said, "Dowin, he'll be your pet from now on." Prado trembled. Most of his power had been refined by the slovenly cultivator. He was so weak that he could not even truss a chicken. He was even weaker than a demonic spirit. Joan grabbed Prado and sighed in his heart. The sloppy Taoist's righteous chi was abnormally strong. Prado had actually finished him off in one move. Moreover, he could vaguely feel that the slovenly cultivator's righteousness was even more powerful than when he was on evil Monarch Island. "Break through the dark clouds and leave this valley," Joan said. The slovenly cultivator nodded. He took a step forward and punched the center of the dark clouds. Cracking sounds could be heard. Then, the dark clouds that shrouded the valley collapsed. Light from the outside poured down and landed in the valley. The demonic spirits that were originally in the valley had nowhere to hide when the light appeared. They turned into white smoke and disappeared. The cultivators in the valley all smiled as if they had just survived a calamity. Their gazes fell on the slovenly cultivator floating in the sky. They all showed reverence and then knelt on the ground. Even Sikong Chiu and Gongya Bolong knelt on the ground, although they could not see what happened in the dark. But from the sound, they could tell that Prado had been defeated and the dark clouds had been shattered. And the one who did all this was the slovenly cultivator floating in the sky. He looked no different from a beggar. Even Prado was not this person's match. Without a doubt, they all thought that this slovenly cultivator was at least a demonic transformation stage expert. Such a powerhouse was a powerhouse that stood at the peak of the entire central continent. Almost no one could defeat him. "Senior, thank you for saving my life. If it's convenient, Senior, please tell us your name." Sikong Chiu said respectfully, "This humble cultivator does not change his name. I am..." Just as the slovenly Taoist was about to say his name, Joan grabbed his hand and left the valley without a second thought. What a joke! The weakest cultivator here was a yin-yang transformation stage expert. If the slovenly cultivator exposed himself, they would not even know how they died. Moreover, they had not realized it yet. If they did, they would remember that the three-fire true mirror was on him. They would not let it go. Where is that senior? A cultivator looked up and saw the empty sky. He could not help but be puzzled. Sikong Chiu and Gongya Bolong looked at each other and showed a trace of doubt. But soon, they thought of something and immediately came to Yun Kanglin's side. At this moment, Yun Kanglin was on the verge of death. She would not be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 38:47. On Evil King Island. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it was extremely gloomy. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around Evil King Island, not a single blade of grass grew. A divine ship turned into a ray of light and landed on the shore of Evil King Island. Darkness swept over as countless evil spirits flew over in a frenzy and surrounded the divine ship. "Humph! Get lost!" A loud shout came from within the divine ship. What followed was a blazing golden light that spread out in all directions like rain. The evil spirits that surrounded the divine ship screamed in agony the moment they encountered the golden light. Then they were all annihilated into nothingness. A bunch of trash. How dare you disturb my peace? The sloppy Taoist's proud voice could be heard, revealing the identity of the owner of the divine ship. Joan kept the divine ship. Purplish gold energy surged around his body. Any evil spirits that got close to him were all annihilated by the purplish gold energy. The great vital energy in Zhuowen's body had already merged with the primordial qi and broken divine power to form a new energy. It was the great primordial divine power. Not only could this divine power be used against enemies, but it was even more effective against evil spirits than the great vital energy. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that he could still continue to cultivate the universal scripture and broken divine power. After these two types of energy entered his body, they would merge with his great primordial divine power and increase his cultivation level. Therefore, even if Zhuowen cultivated the universal scripture, his cultivation level could still increase. However, the speed of increase would not be too obvious. Daokong Dokyo and the sloppy Taoist followed behind Zhuowen. They were also circulating the great vital energy and looked like little golden men. Senior brother Daowin, why did your great vital energy turn purplish gold? Dokyo asked curiously. Daokong and the sloppy Taoist were also looking at the purplish gold energy that surged around Zhuowen's body. This was especially so for the slovenly Taoist. He could sense the aura of righteousness from the purple gold energy. Apart from that, he could also sense other powers. My nature energy seems to have mutated. Actually, I'm not too sure what's going on. Zhuowen scratched the back of his head and looked at the slovenly Taoist. He would never forget the mysterious voice that he had heard in the secret chamber beneath the ruins of the Hong sect. The founder of the Hong sect was called Hong Xinwu, and he looked exactly like the slovenly Taoist. It was also the voice that gave him the direction and allowed him to fuse the great vital energy and primordial qi into a new power. However, Zhuowen helplessly discovered that the slovenly Taoist had a blank expression. Could it be that the founder of the sect only had the same name as the slovenly Taoist, and they were actually two different people? Zhuowen felt that this was the most plausible idea. After all, the Hong sect had been destroyed for a long time. No matter how powerful the founder of the Hong sect was, he would not be able to defeat Hongwu Shengzhen. It was not hard to imagine what would have happened to the founder of the Hong sect. He would not have survived. Brother Daowin, you are so lucky. Your nature energy has mutated. I can see that your nature energy is of a much higher quality than ours. I also want to mutate it. Daokong said enviously. Zhuowen smiled wryly. Although he felt a little guilty for not telling the truth, he still managed to get away with it. Salado is no longer here, but the dark clouds over the Evil King Island are still lingering. It seems that the dark clouds are not formed by Salado's power. They are formed naturally. Zhuowen looked at the rolling black clouds in the sky and changed the topic. Yes, after Salado's departure, the evil spirits here have become undisciplined and wander around freely. I remember that the last time we came here, there were not so many evil spirits on the shore. The slovenly Taoist nodded in agreement with Zhuowen's words. This Evil King Island is the best shelter for us. Let's set up our new base in the valley at the center of Evil King Island. Zhuowen led the way. He remembered that the valley in the middle of the island was the lair of the evil king Salado. There was a huge stone room in the middle of the valley. The layout of the room was not bad, and it could be used as the new base of the Hong sect. Soon, the four of them entered the valley in the middle of the island. They stood at the entrance of the valley, and their faces were not looking good. Back then, the valley was extremely quiet. There was not a single evil spirit in sight. After all, this was Salado's territory. Those low-level evil spirits did not dare to come close to this territory. But since Salado was no longer around, this place had been completely taken over by countless evil spirits. Moreover, there was an extremely large number of these evil spirits. They were densely packed and almost covered every corner of the entire valley. Zhuowen also noticed that there were more than 10 soldier-level evil spirits. These evil spirits were second only to the combat-level evil spirits. They were not weak either. Even Zhuowen would have a hard time dealing with a dozen of them. Of course, this was nothing to the shabby Taoist priest. Daowin, bring out Prado. The shabby Taoist priest suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded. He knew what the shabby Taoist priest was going to do next. Human, you are too much. How dare you pinch my head? I will kill you. Zhuowen pinched Prado's head with his thumb and index finger. Prado kept struggling and cursing angrily. Prado had been refined to the size of a palm by the shabby Taoist priest. He did not have much strength left. Zhuowen did not take his threat seriously. Although Prado was almost crippled, he was still a double-level evil spirit, and his aura still existed. The shabby Taoist priest wanted to use Prado's aura to suppress the evil spirits in the valley. After all, the valley was so big that there were too many evil spirits. Even the shabby Taoist priest would have to spend a lot of time and effort to get rid of so many evil spirits. He might as well use Prado's aura to get rid of the evil spirits in the valley. Zhuowen laughed and used his vast Hong Ming divine power to form a thin rope to bind Prado. What are you doing? Prado's face changed. He looked at the evil smile on Zhuowen's face, and his heart sank. Use your identity as a combat-level evil spirit. After saying this, Zhuowen threw Prado into the center of the valley without any hesitation. Prado flew out in a parabola and landed near the center of the valley. Bang! Prado fell to the ground in a sorry state, smashing out a huge crater. Chapter 3848. Swoosh! 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 The evil spirits in the valley scattered when they felt Prado's aura. Even the evil spirits who occupied the best spots ran away as fast as they could, as if they were in a hurry to be reincarnated. Not long after, other than Prado, there were no other evil spirits in the valley. It became empty. I'm smart. This method is really effective. There are no more evil spirits in the valley. The slovenly Taoist priest said proudly as he strode into the valley. The slovenly Taoist priest walked to Prado's side and grabbed him. Who? Prado was furious. However, he immediately shut his mouth when he saw the slovenly Taoist priest. He clearly remembered that it was this sloppy Taoist who had beaten him to such a state with a single move. What? Do you have a problem with me? The slovenly Taoist priest held Prado in his right hand and looked at him with hostility. Prado was silent. He lowered his head and sighed. He knew that he had no chance of turning the tables in this man's hands. Therefore, he stopped struggling. Zhuowen, the slovenly Taoist priest, and the other two started to get busy. They found Salado's stone room in the valley. They were surprised to find that the chaotic energy in Salado's stone room was very rich. It was as rich as the Hong sex when it was at its peak. According to the slovenly Taoist priest, the chaotic energy here was even richer. Zhuowen knew that there should be a high-quality chaos gem vein under the valley. The four of them were pleasantly surprised. They started to decorate their cave abodes in the stone room. The stone room was too shabby. It was not suitable for cultivators to live in. If they did not decorate it, it would be very uncomfortable. The four of them spent half a day decorating their respective cave abodes. The slovenly Taoist priest ran to the entrance of the valley excitedly and tied Prado up on a stone pillar at the entrance of the valley. He said that Prado would be their guardian from now on. He could prevent evil spirits from entering the valley without permission. This made Prado suffer. He was actually used as a shield and was trapped at the entrance of the valley. This was really too humiliating. He was a dignified fighting-level evil spirit. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? After the cave residences were set up, the four of them went to their respective residences to cultivate. It would be a waste if he did not cultivate in a place with such rich, chaotic energy. Zhuowen arrived at his cave mansion and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He took out the spirit ring that he had snatched from Yun Kanglin. The restriction formation on the surface of Yun Kanglin's spiritual ring was quite complicated. Even with Zhuowen's fourth-tier array skills, it took him 10 days to crack the restriction formation. The moment Zhuowen opened the spiritual ring, he saw an unimaginable amount of chaos crystals, divine pills, divine herbs, and many other precious cultivation resources. Yun Kanglin deserved to be called a god realm ascendant. She was indeed rich. The resources in this spiritual ring were dozens of times more than what he had obtained in the 100 outer regions. Furthermore, Zhuowen knew that Yun Kanglin had spent 100 million chaos gems to purchase the 3-fire true mirror. If Yun Kanglin had not spent the 100 million chaos gems, the amount of chaos gems inside could be described as a mountain. Zhuowen moved his divine thought, and everything in the spiritual ring was transferred into the great world by Zhuowen. Then he flipped his right hand, and a broken copper mirror fragment appeared in his palm. It was the 4th-tier astral weapon, 3-fire true mirror, that was auctioned off by the World Auction House. Zhuowen looked at the broken copper mirror in front of him with a burning gaze. He could feel the blazing temperature surging from the surface of the copper mirror. Moreover, this temperature was not ordinary. Not only could Zhuowen's physical body feel it, but his soul could also feel it clearly. He did not doubt that if the temperature was high enough, his physical body and soul would be incinerated. Zhuowen took a deep breath, and his gaze became very serious. He had already seen the power of a 3rd-tier astral weapon. It was truly terrifying. A 4th-tier astral weapon would probably be much, much stronger than a 3rd-tier astral weapon. The artifact spirit in the 3-fire true mirror would definitely be stronger than Zhuowen imagined. Although he had a treasure like the Supreme Word Stone, he was still a little worried about whether he could completely tame the artifact spirit of the 3-fire true mirror. After all, in the 100 outer regions, the use of astral weapons was inseparable from the blood sacrifice. The relationship between the astral weapon spirit and the wielder was more of a cooperative relationship than a master-servant relationship. As long as the wielder could sacrifice enough living beings to feed the astral weapon spirit would be able to lend a portion of the astral weapon spirit's power. It did not matter if the wielder was Zhang San or Li Si. As long as the wielder fed the astral weapon spirit, the wielder would be able to use the astral weapon spirit's power. However, Zhuowen's method was purely taming. It would cause the artifact spirit's backlash. Back then, he had only tamed 2nd-tier astral weapons. Now he was taming 4th-tier astral weapon spirit. To be honest, this was a bit too much. Let's try it first. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He still decided to give it a try. He derived a strand of divine sense and entered the 3-fire true mirror. Then, the scenery before his eyes constantly changed. In the end, he discovered that he had appeared in a wasteland. At the end of the wasteland stood 3 towering mountains. Among these 3 mountains, there was a mountain in the middle that burned with blood-red flames. The fierce light was reflected in the sky and then reflected on the ground, dyeing the wasteland a blood-red color. On the 2 sides of this blood-red mountain were 2 mountains with extinguished flames. The mountains were bare and pitch-black. Other than the wasteland and these 3 strange mountains, there was nothing else in the surroundings. Zhuowen did not hesitate. He lifted his foot and rushed toward the blood-red mountain in front of him. Not long after, he arrived at the foot of the blood-red mountain. From afar, the 3 mountains seemed to be very close. However, now that Zhuowen had arrived at the foot of the mountain, he could see that the distance between the 3 mountains was actually quite far. Zhuowen silently stood at the foot of the mountain. He raised his head and indifferently looked at the mountain that was burning with blood-red flames before him. Terrifying heat pervaded the air, as if he was standing in a furnace. However, Zhuowen did not seem to feel it. He looked indifferently at the blood-red mountain and said, "You should be the 3-fire true mirror's artifact spirit, right? Why don't you show yourself?" Zhuowen had just finished speaking when a terrifying heat wave gushed out from within the mountain. Strange crackling sounds could be heard in the air. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He circulated his vast, grand mist god force and stood on the spot as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He silently looked at the blood-red mountain in front of him. You have some strength. It seems that the owner's strength is not bad, although his cultivation is a little weak. But it doesn't matter. I will give you power that surpasses your imagination. And you only need to sacrifice your soul mark, become my slave, and acknowledge me as your master. You will immediately obtain an inexhaustible amount of power in this world. A majestic voice came from the blood-red mountain. Then Zhuowen discovered that the terrifying heat wave around him had disappeared, and the blood-red flames on the mountain surface had also disappeared. A man stood at the peak of the mountain. Chapter 38:49. Zhuowen frowned. His cheeks were slightly flushed. He had forcefully withstood that terrifying heat wave, and his aura had become unstable. The fiery-haired man looked down at Zhuowen, his eyes filled with curiosity. In his eyes, Zhuowen's aura was only at the early stage of the Void God transformation realm. In his eyes, this kind of cultivation was not even worth mentioning. In his opinion, the heat wave he had just unleashed was enough to destroy this person's body and soul. However, what surprised him was that not only was Zhuowen unscathed, he had not even taken a single step back. The fiery-haired man was now deeply interested in Zhuowen. As long as Zhuowen was willing to acknowledge him as his master, he would acknowledge him as his servant and bestow his power for Zhuowen to use. Of course, the fiery-haired man never thought that Zhuowen would reject him. He was the artifact spirit of a rank 4 astral weapon. In the central state, it was practically the highest grade of astral weapon. Almost no one would reject his somewhat unreasonable request. One had to know that his previous owners had acknowledged him as their master without hesitation after learning of his request, and he had bestowed them with a corresponding amount of power. I want all of your power. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he spoke, indifferently. The fiery-haired man slowly narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Zhuowen. Did you just say that you want all of my power? Among all the previous owners, your appetite is the largest. Unfortunately, you are my servant and have no right to command all of my power. Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as an ancient as he spoke again. If you become my servant, then all of your power will be mine. The fiery-haired man finally became serious. Flames of fury and killing intent rose in his eyes. Human, you're really pushing your luck. Who do you think you are? A Void God transformation realm and wants to control me? Even a Void God transformation realm powerhouse would have to acknowledge me as his master in front of me. The fire-haired man's expression turned cold. He slowly stepped forward, and the extinguished mountain was once again ignited with blazing blood flames. He bathed in the blood flames as he walked down the mountain peak. A terrifying pressure came crashing down, and the entire wasteland seemed to tremble. Zhuowen's face changed. The three-fire True Mirror's artifact spirit was too strong. It was much, much stronger than the purple gold toad's artifact spirit. However, his spiritual consciousness had already entered the three-fire True Mirror. Naturally, he could not retreat just like that. He wanted to see if the Supreme Word Stone could subdue this artifact spirit. Bang! Zhuowen took a step forward and executed the Grand Mist movement technique. He transformed into a ghostly purple shadow and instantly appeared behind the fiery-haired man. Rumble! Zhuowen punched out, and the power of the Grand Mist Soldier mantra poured out in torrents. Numerous weapon phantoms condensed within Zhuowen's fist and blasted into the fire-haired man's back. Bang! However, to Zhuowen's disbelief, the fiery-haired man turned around at an unbelievable speed and threw out a backhand punch. When the two fists collided, a terrifying energy ripple exploded, and the air rumbled. Zhuowen grunted and flew backward. He spat out a mouthful of sweet blood. The fiery-haired man took a step back and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. Are you really in the Void God transformation realm? You are actually so powerful. This is really beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? This was simply wishful thinking. I think you should just die here. The fiery-haired man stomped his right foot on the mountain. Suddenly, the blood flames in the mountain condensed into a huge fire qilin. It roared and charged out. Zhou body was still in midair. When he saw the fire qilin rapidly approaching him, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. He ignored his injuries and forcefully executed the Grand Mist movement technique. He barely managed to dodge the fire qilin's fatal attack. However, the fire qilin's speed wasn't any slower than his. It actually followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Zhuo had suffered serious injuries. If he continued to flee like this, his injuries would worsen. At that time, his speed would also decrease. In the end, he would be caught by the fire qilin. At that time, he would really die without a burial place. 10,000 sword slash. A ruthless look appeared in Zhuo's eyes. He tapped his glabella. Instantly, streaks of spiritual sword intent shot out. At this moment, he immediately released 10,000 streaks of spiritual sword intent. The terrifying spiritual sword intent filled the air. It was filled with a terrifying destructive power that could tear anything apart at any time. Zhuo had already comprehended the ancient sword visualization painting to the last level. His spiritual sword had successfully reached the heaven-crushing 5 transformation realm, and every streak of spiritual sword intent he released contained the power of the heaven-crushing 5 transformation realm. 10,000 streaks of spiritual sword intent of the same power was extremely terrifying. Even a yin-yang transformation realm cultivator would be torn to shreds. Bang, 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 bang. Countless streaks of spiritual sword intent slashed the fire qilin's body, sending countless sparks flying. Meanwhile, the fire qilin roared furiously. Terrifying crimson flames erupted from its body and drowned out the surrounding spiritual sword intent. However, there was really too much spiritual sword intent. It was impossible to destroy them all in a short time. Humph, you're quite capable. The fiery-haired man looked at the fire qilin that was trapped by the 10,000 streaks of spiritual sword intent and snorted coldly. He took a step forward and charged directly in front of Zhuo. An ant will always be an ant. Die! The fiery-haired man's eyes were cold and emotionless. His fist landed on Zhuo's chest. Splat! His fist directly pierced through Zhuo's chest. Then he discovered in shock that Zhuo's hands were tightly gripping his right fist. A last-ditch struggle? The fiery-haired man frowned slightly. He wanted to withdraw his right fist, but unexpectedly, Zhuo held it tightly. Moreover, the fiery-haired man saw Zhuo's strange smile. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Supreme Word Stone, come out! Zhuo roared furiously. A purple light erupted from his glabella. Then an ordinary-looking stone flew out from the depths of his glabella and smashed onto the fiery-haired man's head. The fiery-haired man was not prepared at all and was directly hit by the Supreme Word Stone. Then his expression changed and became extremely frightened. Primordial stone? You actually... The fiery-haired man roared furiously. He gathered all the strength in his body and began to resist the power of the Supreme Word Stone. However, Zhuo held his right fist tightly, making it impossible for him to use his full strength. Ant, let go of me. The fiery-haired man's expression changed drastically. Terrifying crimson flames erupted from his right fist. He planned to completely burn Zhuo to ashes. However, what surprised him was that although Zhuo was much weaker than him, there was some kind of higher-level power circulating in his body. He actually managed to block the attack of his crimson flames. Just like that, the fiery-haired man's body was absorbed by the Supreme Word Stone inch by inch under Zhuo's mocking gaze. Bang! Chapter 3850. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Zhuo's lips. This 3-fire true mirror's tool spirit was a little too powerful. In the past, he would first tame the tool's spirit before using the supreme stone to absorb it. Now, however, he was almost beaten half to death. If he hadn't fought with his life on the line, perhaps even the supreme stone wouldn't have been able to subdue the fiery-haired man. When Zhuowen's divine sense returned to his body, he saw that Zhuowen was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhuowen clutched his head. His divine sense was already powerful enough, but just then it had almost dissipated. Now his divine sense was extremely weak, and it would probably take a very long time for it to recover. The only thing that comforted him was that the Supreme Stone had completely absorbed the three-fire True Mirror's tool spirit. He should now have the right to control the three-fire True Mirror. With this in mind, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the damaged bronze mirror in his hand again. The surface of the bronze mirror was dull and lusterless, as if it were really an ordinary bronze mirror. Zhuowen didn't try to use this bronze mirror. His current condition was too weak, and the rank 4 astral weapon was extremely domineering. If he suffered a backlash from the rank 4 astral weapon's power, he would really regret it. Zhuowen put away the three-fire True Mirror. He planned to heal the injuries to his divine sense first. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had passed. Zhuowen's divine sense had completely recovered. Moreover, in these 3 months, his divine sense had also improved significantly. He was almost half a step into the heaven-crushing 6th transformation stage. However, he lacked a more powerful divine sense visualization image, so he couldn't successfully break through. The ancient sword visualization image only had 5 levels, and it could only cultivate one's divine sense to the heaven-crushing 5th transformation stage at most. He had already cultivated the ancient sword visualization image to the pinnacle and couldn't advance any further. If he wanted to improve his divine sense, he had to obtain a higher-level visualization image. And in these 3 months, Zhuowen's cultivation didn't slow down in the slightest. His shattered God Force had already transformed into vast, grand mist God Force. Absorbing the chaos energy and refining the evil spirits could increase his cultivation base rapidly, greatly increasing the efficiency of his cultivation. In a short span of 3 months, his cultivation level rose from the initial stage to the middle stage of the Nihility God transformation stage. One had to know that it would take at least a few thousand years for an early-stage Void God Transformation Realm cultivator to reach the mid-stage Void God Transformation Realm. However, Zhuowen was different. He cultivated the primordial Grand Mist technique, and there were almost no bottlenecks. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through quickly. This was the foundation of his existence. It was a pity that the primordial technique he possessed was incomplete. At most, he could cultivate it to the yin-yang transformation stage. Now that his cultivation was gradually approaching the yin-yang transformation, he knew that he had to quickly find the second primordial stone and perfect the primordial technique. After his spirit recovered, Zhuowen took out the three-fire True Mirror again. He walked out of his cave abode and realized that the doors of the 3 cave abodes were tightly shut. It seemed like they were still in seclusion. Zhuowen had no intention of waking them up. Instead, he left the valley. He arrived at the eastern shore of the Evil King Island. Purplish gold energy circulated around his body, and the evil spirits around him did not dare to approach Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at the three-fire True Mirror in his hand, and then looked at the boundless sea in front of him. He took a deep breath and began to channel the vast primordial energy into the three-fire True Mirror. He wanted to test the power of the three-fire True Mirror. Buzz! The three-fire True Mirror spewed out a strong blood-red light and let out a deafening and terrifying sound that reverberated in his ears endlessly. Then Zhuowen realized that the three-fire True Mirror was emitting a terrifying and powerful suction force, and it was rapidly absorbing the energy in his body. F***CK, this suction force is too strong. Zhuowen's face changed drastically. The suction force was too strong, and the vast primordial energy in his body was rapidly being sucked dry. At this speed, the energy in his body would be sucked dry in half an incense stick's worth of time. At that time, he would still be alive. At this point, Zhuowen was no longer able to control his own body. The suction force was so strong that it had exceeded his strength. Unable to pull himself out, he could only watch helplessly as the three fires' true mirror greedily absorbed his grand mist god force, like a vampire. After an unknown period of time, Zhuowen's consciousness was about to blur, and the suction force of the three-fire true mirror finally stopped. Zhuowen forced himself to open his eyes. He could vaguely sense a vast, towering, and terrifying pressure not far in front of him. The three-fire true mirror in his hand spewed out powerful, blood-red flames. These flames soared into the sky, and they began to entangle with each other. The blood-red flames were too vigorous. They soared into the sky and dyed the sky red. If one looked at it from afar, they would see that in the sky above the evil King Island, there was an endless sea of blood-red flames beside the black fog that never dissipated. This blood-red flame was extremely vigorous, and it was enough to compete with the black fog above the evil King Island. Although the blood-red flames area was smaller than the black fog, it was not far off. Fortunately, the evil King Island was very remote, and there were few people around. Otherwise, if it was seen by cultivators, they would definitely guess that there was some kind of strange treasure here, and it would attract unnecessary trouble. The endless blood-red flames continued to entangle with each other. Then, Zhuowen saw that these blood-red flames began to condense at a certain point in the middle. In the end, he realized that the blood-red flames had condensed into a towering blood-red mountain. It was a mountain that burned with a strange blood-red flame. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this mountain, because this blood-red mountain was exactly the same as the one he saw in the three-fire True Mirror's artifact spirit space. A suffocating and terrifying pressure was released from the blood-red mountain, and it spread across the entire evil King Island. Originally, the countless evil spirits that were wandering around evil King Island all stopped when they felt this terrifying pressure. Then, they froze on the spot and shivered. Under this pressure, they felt the shadow of death. Zhuowen supported his body with difficulty. With a thought, the blood-red mountain fell into the sea in the distance. Rumble! Huge waves rose up from the sea in the distance, and then countless white smoke was formed by evaporation, floating up in a spiral form. Then an unprecedented tsunami appeared in the sea, and many creatures in the sea were burned to ashes by the terrifying temperature. Zhuowen saw that with the evil King Island as the center, the sea within a range of trillions of miles was deeply affected. The white smoke that evaporated enveloped the surface of the sea, as if it was in a fog. Zhuowen could acutely feel that the sea level had dropped by more than 10 meters. He was shocked. The sea was extremely vast, but the entire sea level had dropped by more than 10 meters after just one hit from the blood-red mountain. What a terrifying concept. Chapter 3851. F***CK, what's going on? Why is there white fog everywhere? And the entire evil King Island shook, just now. The slovenly Taoist brought Dokyo and Daokong over and stopped not far behind Zhuowen. They were shocked to see what was happening around evil King Island. Daowen, this commotion isn't caused by you, right? The slovenly Taoist's gaze landed on Zhuowen as he asked in a daze. Zhuowen said embarrassedly, I was testing the power of the three-fire true mirror just now and accidentally caused such a commotion. The slovenly Taoist was relieved to hear this. Zhuowen had told them about the three-fire true mirror. It was a genuine rank 4 astral weapon, and its power was unparalleled. The slovenly Taoist and the others felt that it was only natural for it to cause such a commotion. You scared me to death. I thought it was your own power that caused it. The slovenly Taoist touched his chest and said, Sect leader, junior brothers, I might have to make a trip to the middle state. Zhuowen suddenly said, Why are you going to the middle state? The slovenly Taoist asked curiously. My divine soul has reached a bottleneck and I need a higher level visualization image. I want to see if I can buy the visualization image I want in the middle state. Zhuowen said in a low voice. The slovenly Taoist priest fell silent when he heard that. Daowin, I've let you down this time. You joined the Hong sect, but you can't even cultivate a higher level visualization image. You have to go to the middle state to find one yourself, the slovenly Taoist said with a trace of guilt on his face. Zhuowen smiled and shook his head. Sect leader, you don't have to feel guilty. Joining the Hong sect was my own decision, and I don't regret it. After all, the Heaven and Earth Universal Sutra is much more precious than many other techniques. I should be more grateful to you for giving it to me so selflessly. The slovenly Taoist was relieved. He was happy that Zhuowen knew how to repay his kindness. You've offended the Hong martial divine sect and even snatched the 3-fire true mirror from the world auction house. When you reach the central region, you must be careful, the sloppy Taoist warned. Senior brother, you're blessed with good fortune. Your trip to the central continent will definitely be smooth sailing. When the time comes, don't forget to bring me and Dokyo some fun things. There's nothing on this evil King Island. It's simply too boring. Daokong acted like an old man and asked for things without any hesitation. Dokyo, on the other hand, was stammering. His face was flushed red, and he couldn't say a single word. Daokong patted Dokyo's shoulder and laughed. Senior brother, Dokyo and I have the same idea. He also wants something fun. Dokyo's face was flushed red, but he still looked at Zhuowen and said, Senior brother, be careful on the way. Zhuowen rubbed Daokong and Dokyo's heads and said, Don't worry. I, your senior brother, am very strong. There won't be any danger in the central region. Don't worry. When I return, I'll bring you some good things. After saying that, Zhuowen looked at the slovenly Taoist and smiled. Then he took out the divine ship and left the evil King Island. Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the deck of the divine ship. After handing over the control of the divine ship to Xiaohei, he took out a scroll from the outside world. He looked at the scroll in front of him with a burning gaze. This scroll was the geographical map of the Hushu region that he had bought from the world auction house at a high price. When Yusha had taken out this geographical map, she had unfolded a corner. In that corner, he saw a geographical shape that was similar to the map fragment in his divine soul. Zhuowen slowly opened the geographical map, unfolded it completely, and spread it on the ground. When the scroll was fully unfolded, it was 10 meters long. Moreover, in this 10-meter space, the geographical shape inside was like a real place. It was as if he was looking down on the vast land from the sky. Zhuowen browsed through it, and his gaze finally locked onto a place in the middle of the geographical map. His gaze became more and more serious. It's actually hidden here, Zhuowen muttered to himself, but his expression did not look good. In the middle of the geographical map, there was a mountain peak drawn. This mountain peak was called the Fallen Star Mountain. In the Fallen Star Mountain, there was a place called the Absolute Beginning Cave. The second primordial stone was hidden in the Absolute Beginning Cave. The reason why Zhuowen's expression changed so much was because the Fallen Star Mountain was not simple. It was a famous and terrifying place in the Hushu region. According to legend, creatures of the primordial star system had fallen on this mountain. Later on, this mountain became a taboo. This was where the name Fallen Star Mountain came from. The stars referred to creatures of the primordial star system. Moreover, the Fallen Star Mountain was extremely dangerous. Even great carefree realm experts were not absolutely safe in the Fallen Star Mountain. Although Zhuowen was quite confident in himself, it was still too difficult for him to enter the Fallen Star Mountain with his current cultivation. Unless he cultivated the primordial technique to the yin-yang transformation, he might have some confidence. There's no need to think about the Fallen Star Mountain for now. Let's enter the Hanggu Shengzhen first, Zhuowen muttered to himself. His Grand Mist movement technique and Grand Mist Soldier art still had a lot of room for improvement. After he entered the Hanggu Shengzhen and his strength improved enough, he would head to the Fallen Star Mountain, enter the Absolute Beginning Cave, and search for the second primordial stone. 3 days later, Zhuowen arrived at the Central Continent's giant city. Before he entered the city, he had already changed his appearance to that of a harmless young man. Even his aura was completely different. After he entered the Central Continent, the first thing he saw was the wanted posters floating in every street corner of the Central Continent. The main character on the wanted posters was naturally Zhuowen, and the one who issued the wanted posters was naturally the Hanggu Divine Sect. Moreover, other than Zhuowen, he also saw the portraits of the slovenly Taoist, Daokong, and Dokyo on the wanted posters. Zhuowen shook his head. This Hanggu Divine Sect was indeed like a lingering spirit. They really persevered in their pursuit of him. Even the slovenly Taoist and the other two from the Hong sect were wanted as well. Fortunately, we escaped quickly in the valley. The slovenly Taoist's image is too obvious. Sikong Chiyu will definitely recognize him. At that time, Sikong Chiyu might really chase after us. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Thinking about the slovenly Taoist being wanted, he was glad that he made the prompt decision to leave after the slovenly Taoist refined Prado. Sikong Chiyu was a god domain transformation expert. If she reacted and chased after them, how could they still be alive? Other than that, he also noticed that the Central Continent was filled with spies of the Hanggu Divine Sect. If he didn't change his appearance and swaggered into the Central Continent, the Hanggu Divine Sect would have immediately dispatched experts to capture him. While he was casually strolling around the Central Continent, he noticed that most of the people around him were discussing the Heavenly Auction House. It was said that not long after the Rank 4 astral weapon was auctioned off, the entire auction house was destroyed by the 8 Gods Zhan sect's sect master Feng Yunfei.